Big welcome to everybody here from Swartkops. I'll put the cans on, Greg, so you can hear yourself as well as what's going out there. Big welcome to everybody out there in Swartkops land as well, here at the International Raceway. We are live on Facebook and live on YouTube, as well as live to the circuit today via our commentary coming from the live stream studio here up to 60 Seconds and Two Wheels TV. Before we get into the Car Care Clinic Super Hatch, let's catch up with the sponsors. Now here is a success story. Car Care Clinic service centers are located countrywide. We guarantee personal attention as well as the best customer care around. For all your major repair work and servicing needs, Car Care Clinic is the best. You'll be amazed at our rapid turnaround time and customer guarantee. Car Care Clinic is not just your #1 service center, we are #1 on the racetrack as well. Car Care Clinic franchises are available nationwide. Car Care Clinic, we love cars. We certainly do love cars, and we certainly hope that you're going to love all the action coming your way here from Swartkops International Raceway, just west of Pretoria in Gauteng, South Africa. You've joined us from all around the world. We definitely are looking forward to bringing you the action from today's round 1 of the Regional Extreme Festival. Nationals kicked off a couple of weekends ago down in the mother city, the city of Cape Town, and the Extreme Festival partnering up with the Killarney International Raceway and bringing us some of the top action from our national championship categories. But now it's all about the regionals, and we kick things off here with Car Care Clinic's Super Hatch category, with Dunlop tyres, and it's Carl Stoltz who is on pole position. Alongside him is going to be Jonathan du Toit, and we've got Andre Danhauser and Louis Scholz. Louis Scholz, the man from Car Care Clinic. Danhauser in the Pro Auto rubber car. He's in the Opel Corsa. Francois Henning and Dieren Gunnison have moved up onto the third row, and behind them will be Wessel Smit and Seton Naidu. Behind them, it's Nick Martin and Donovan LaRue that head up the Class B contenders, with Mel Spur and Ishmael Beloy behind them. Also running Car Care Clinic colours is Mel Spur. We've got Christian van Wyk and Renier Jabir, I beg your pardon, who are up there in the ASAP Peugeot, just ahead of George Aldrich in Class B. Class C, it's Francis Aldrich, Tony Himes, Freddie Watkins, Kenneth Elia, and Jean van der Walt, who make up those 5 cars, all participating at the back of the field there. And of course, that car with the red and white tape sticking out the back, and of course is going to show rookie status to the class. First time out for these guys and girls to go at it. 2022 season, and we're about to kick it off. A big welcome to all of us who are here on our live stream feed on both Swartkops International Raceway, on the Extreme Festival, on the Voice of Choice page, and of course going out on our YouTube channel as well. As the 30-second board goes up, it's the fastest 30 seconds of your life because it flicks around to 5 and lights go on. When they go off, we go racing. Here we go. First time for 2022, and it's Super Hatch down towards turn 1. Good start there coming out of Jonathan du Toit. By the looks of things, starting to squeeze through and looking for a way through on Carl Stoltz. Danhauser's in the mix as well. Good start in the mid-pack too from our Class B and C competitors. Looks like a little bit of a dodgy start there from Mel Spur. She's dropped right to the back. Not quite sure what's going on there. Look at the Peugeot coming through there. Absolutely brilliant stuff coming out of Renier Jabir. Finding a way through early on and just squeezing through about 4 or 5 cars, under braking as they went into turn 2. Now as they come through turn 3 onto the back straight for the first time, just sorting everything out. Mel Spur definitely had a problem on the start line. Did not quite go according to plan there, that is for sure. And as they come flying up to the top into turn 4 for the first time, there's a move from Scholz. Louis Scholz dives on the inside and gets through in the Car Care Clinic Honda ahead of Danhauser in that Pro Auto rubber Opel Corsa. The Corsa goes almost instantaneously on the return of the attack and goes under braking. Is he good enough on the brakes? Into turn 5, up towards AMG Driving Academy. No, tucks in behind. So not quite the way he wanted to go through there, but certainly pushing hard. Francis Henning had a fantastic start. He's moved himself up into 3rd place. Oh, and there's a little bit out of shape there from Danhauser. Danhauser locking up and getting a little bit squirrely coming out of turn 5 and 6. Now down towards 7 and towards 8. Brilliant stuff here from Danhauser, trying to find his way back at Louis Scholz and right on his tail. Looks like the Peugeot has taken the lead there. Renier Jabir has moved up to the front end of Class B. First lap completed in anger. No problems at all there for these drivers as they come through. Get the lap times there, 18.7 from a standing start. That's pretty decent stuff from Carl Stoltz. He is in the Pretoria Noord Toyota. So beg your pardon, it's Nick Martin who's in that Peugeot. Yeah, that's Nick Martin in that Peugeot. Beg your pardon. The second Peugeot, of course, is Renier Jabir. So it's Nick Martin who's moved up there, and he leads out Class B. So as they come onto the back straight away again, it's Stoltz leading things out there for the Pretoria Noord Toyota. It's the Toyota Etios that he runs. And a good run there so far from him. The battle behind, though, starting to ever so slightly pick up in terms of pace, and the push coming from the back there as well from the Honda Civic. Darren Gunnison having a fantastic start to Super Hatch. Not too far off the back end of some usual contenders there. Some late braking there from the 35 car, closing in onto Wessel Smit. Wessel Smit under the pressure. The Angel Feeds car now. And putting the pressure and returning the pressure onto those two Hondas. One in front of him or one just behind. As they get down onto the brakes, you can see new colours there for Jonathan du Toit, not the red and silver Honda Civic that we usually see him in. That car's a bit further back in the pack. And there, of course, is the 35 car, Darren Gunnison, first time out there for the Honda Civic in Motul colours as well, as he comes flying through to try and make his way a little bit further up the field than what he is right now. Looks like Danhauser is starting to apply a bit of pressure back at Louis Scholz again there, fighting for third and fourth place. Fourth place battle is Scholz and Danhauser, but they're right on Francis Henning's tail, so it's a 3, 4 and 5 battle. Wessel Smit down in 8th place, having a fantastic fight there with the Honda of Donovan LaRue, and behind him it's Darren Gunnison. Darren Gunnison and Donovan LaRue having a great little battle, that is for sure. LaRue, of course, second in Class B's at this stage as he goes through, running some Mayfair gearbox colours on the side of that car as well, by the looks of things. He heads up to the top of the hill. And Donovan LaRue, Mechanical Masters, under braking. Nick Martin leads Class B in the Peugeot. Second place is this car that's in our shot right now. That is second in Class B's. Donovan LaRue. He's got Wessel Smit on his tail. Oh, here's a move up into turn 8. G&H Transport corner. No, not able to make it stick just yet there for Danhauser. But the Pro Auto Rubber Opel Corsa applying big pressure onto the back end there of Louis Scholz in the Car Care Clinic Honda. Nice move there from Danhauser. Had a look, didn't quite make it stick. Louis Scholz was good on the brakes into turn 8. Is he good into turn 2? No, he's not. Danhauser up the inside. They're going to be wing mirror to wing mirror coming out of that one. Well, the Forget Auto and Pro Auto Rubber Corsa having a look there. Nathan's Motorsport prepping that car in front of him, and it's very, very tight between the two of them as they come flying through onto that back straightaway again. That's how things stand at this stage. Stoltz out front, du Toit and Henning leading out the top 3 in Class A. Scholz and Danhauser is 4 and 5. That's what we're watching right now through turn 4. Just behind them is Nick Martin. Donovan LaRue, a couple of cars back from that. There's late braking from Danhauser. This time he's close enough. Yo, and he seals the deal. Up into 4th place, runs a little wide, forces same kind of maneuver from the Honda Civic there. It looks like he's made that one stick. So moving himself up and up into 4th place, trying to close down now on Henning. Henning in the 3 spot will definitely be in trouble now. Nick Martin, that's the leader of Class B. NATO colours on that car. It's a French connection car, the Peugeot, British flag on it. And Total on the front bonnet as well. So good to have him back in this one. Nick Martin, a multiple champion in this class, and now looking to possibly get that number 1 plate back again if he can. Second place is LaRue. Here is Donny. And you've got the Angel Feeds car of Wessel Smit. He's sitting currently down in 6th place in Class A. Behind him will be Darren Gunnison. So we're going to try and see if we can pick up on Francis Aldrich in the second Opel Corsa there for Class C honours. Onto that back straight away they come. Let's see if we can pick up on him. Coming through there, that is Niall Spur making up some lost ground. Waiting for the Opel Corsa there. Oh no, it's actually Tony Himes. It's Himes now who's moved up. Yeah, there we go. So it's Christian van Wyk, that's the second of the Ford Fiestas. So Christian van Wyk going through there. He's currently in 4th place in Class B's. And problems there for the Angel Feeds car. Wessel Smit is slowing. Wessel Smit with some problems up into turn number 5. Looks like van Wyk goes through unharmed. No worries at all. There is Class C's leader. 168, Francis Aldrich. Comfortable lead over Jean van der Walt and Freddie Watkins. Third car in your shot right now. We're going to try and follow him through here. There's Himes in the background. Can't miss that one. It's the whole coloured green Ford Fiesta. And he runs, of course, building code construction colours. Green car there, the Ford Fiesta. This is second place in Class C. Tony Himes. That's how it goes right now for the first part of our coverage of today's racing. It's round 1 of the Extreme Festival Regional Championships. And we're with the Car Care Clinic Super Hatch category. Classes A, B, and C all fighting hard on track. Here's a little fight on track as well. Van Wyk trying to come back at the now returning to form Angel Feeds car, Vessel Smith. Smith just seems always got some problems, always got some big problems. Off the track and rallycross style, across the kiddie litter. Just getting those guys having a bra on the sideline, a bit of a wake-up call. And speaking of the sideline, have a look at that. All the way up that back straightaway and up towards turn 5. Just cars and people. Great to have spectators back at South African motorsport events. I'm sure they're loving all the action here. Zoc Club is full. Some of the grandstands starting to fill up now as people start to make their way into the circuits. It is fantastic to have, as I said, spectators back at South African motorsport events all around the country. No issues at all though for Aldrich. 2 laps to go for him. And a comfortable lead over Tony Himes in second place for Class C in that Ford Fiesta. Ishmael Beloy a bit further down than what he'd like to be, that's for sure. He's a Class B competitor, and I think both Ishmael Beloy and Mal Spur battling today. A lot further down than what they'd like to be, that is for sure. Definitely some kind of an issue there for them. Mal was looking good at practice sessions yesterday and of course in qualifying this morning. And then just did not have the start she wanted. Back to Andre Danhauser. He maintains his possibility of a top 3. In fact, he's moved up to 3rd place. He's up to 3rd. Yes, he's got through on Henning. There is confirmation. Henning is behind him. And looks like Louis Scholz is going to put Henning 1 par further back. Scholz late on the brakes into turn 8. Henning forces wide on the Polo. Oh, it's close. Very close there between the two of them. Henny's Muraleta Park Polo going through there, just maintaining ahead of that Car Care Clinic Honda. On to the last lap now for these guys. They are now coming through turn 2. And out front, of course, Carl Stoltz has not been bedded. That Pretoria North Toyota Etios has not put a wheel wrong since he got off the line. And it looks like he wants to try and fly the flag high here for the partnership, of course, with Swartkops and Pretoria North Toyota, and take the first blood for 2022. No answer coming from the new car of Jonathan du Toit. Du Toit in the brand new Honda Civic there. So a bit of development, I think, still to be done on that car. We saw his old car a bit further back in the pack. It's the red car with silver trimmings. And Honda Civic, synonymous with many wonderful victories here at the circuit. And the other one behind, the new one, not too far off the back end. I think that might be Garland's old car, if I'm not mistaken. As they come down under braking, it's going to be Stoltz for the first win of the season. There it is, done and dusted. Carlos Stoltz takes Class A in the Toyota Etios, powered by Pretoria North Toyota. Second place, Trans-Africa Racing's Honda Civic of Jonathan du Toit. Coming to the line for Class B, it's Nick Martin. Makes a welcome return to Class B and Super Hatch with a victory in his Rex Stiffen gearbox and Total sponsored Peugeot. Behind him will be Donovan LaRue. Great effort there from the Mechanical Works machine. And here's Mel Spur coming to the line as well. A lot further down than what she'd like to be, that's for sure. Spur certainly had a bit of a rough start there. Here comes Class C. No issues at all there for Francis Aldrich. Basically led from start to finish. But of course we've got an inverted grid for race 2 later on today. Should turn things around ever so slightly. Tony Himes comes through for second place. And I think it's going to be Freddie Watkins for third. Issues on the slowdown lap there for the 35 car. Or was that stuck up at turn 5? No, that's a problem at turn 5 there, yes. Deeran Gunnison car has given up the ghost on the last lap. Can you believe that? So he's not going to come through to finish up, and it's going to drop him right down the field and out of Class A contention. There you go. Carl Stoltz, Jonathan du Toit, Andre Danhauser, your top 3 in Class A and overall. And just behind them was Louis Scholz for 4th place in Class A. Nick Martin came through for 5th and 1st place in Class B. Francis Henning just behind him. Then it was Donovan LaRue and Mal Spur, 1, 2, 3 in Class B. And then it's Francis Aldrich, Tony Himes, and as I said, Freddie Watkins third in the Forges Auto Volkswagen Polo. And it's Super Hatch done and dusted for the first race of the day. Hope you guys enjoyed that one. We've got more coming your way very shortly from Lotus Challenge. Right. Apologies for that. Actually, it's Volkswagen Challenge, the Paybar Volkswagen Challenge classes A and C that are up first. There's a bit of a program change on there, which I just didn't see through the microphone here. So up next, it'll be Paybar Volkswagen Challenge classes A and C, and then we go to Lotus Challenge, and then Paybar Volkswagen Challenge Class B. See you shortly. Welcome back to race action now as we go live for the Paybar Volkswagen Challenge classes A and C combined. Classes A, B and C will be combined completely at the end of the day for heat number 2 of each of these categories. Of course, this first one we're going to have a little bit of a split in the classes A and C, and then we'll go to Class B just after Lotus Challenge. So as they make their way out, big welcome to Paybar. Brand new sponsor, overall sponsor for the Volkswagen Challenge. The guys are involved with metal pressing and supplying the automotive trade with some valuable parts from various manufacturers. Stian Kriel, of course, will be on pole position. He's the man in the Design Hut car, actually driving Davy van der Merwe's old car while his new one is being built. So the Universal Motorsport team helping out there with a bit of assistance to Stian Kriel and a bit of a rental until his car's up and ready to go. Rory Atkinson will be alongside him, looking for a chance to bring that BHIT industrial transport car through and maybe go for another championship in this one. He just lost out only a couple of points at the end of 2021 to Pierluigi Mussolini, who will be running the number 1 plate down in Class C, and he is on the front row but not on pole for race number 1. Ian Walker for the Cycles United car has done the incredible job of putting it onto pole position for Class C. Wayne Masters and Valdi Mikes make up the second row of the grid, and then it's Bevan Masters and Stelios Nusias who make the third row. CPS Warehouse and Chasing Cars are there in the house for 5 and 6. 7 and 8th place, it's Eric Smallberger for Sabertech and Sam Dale for Posi Drive. Chris Dale just behind that for the Blue Belt Posi Drive car, and Mike Barbaglia will be alongside him. Arch rivalry there between those two, I'm sure, will resume. Madodana Mfana on the Squadra Course car is there in 11th place, just ahead of Gavin Ross, who had some problems early on in the day. Actually saw one of the videos going out from Turn 2's Marshals and passed on to the rest of the world by Ivanet Vasaki. Big welcome as well to Link Online for helping us out with all of our live stream updates, and of course the platform that we've got today to go out live to you on Facebook and on YouTube. And a big welcome to all of those competitors and fans and friends from all around the world who have also joined us here. Look out for the back end of Class A. That's Davy Turon, or Dierval Turon, I beg your pardon. And then it's Ian Walker and Pierluigi Mussolini who are on the front row of Class C ahead of Mark Castell, Dino Smith and Eric Gander. Sean Hepburn, hope you can enjoy all this action with us now as we're about to go. Lights are on and lights off for Class A and Class C, all starting together, remember. It's not separate starts when they are combined with 3 classes, all 3. Oh, problems! Where is that car going? Whew! Not the way Wayne Masters wants to start, I don't think. I know it wasn't Wayne Masters. Masters is there in 3rd place. I'm just trying to pick up who that might have been. It could possibly have been Valdi Mikes or even Stian Kriel. It was Stian Kriel who had some problems. He pulled right to the sideline at the word go, and something broke on that car. So Super Doors and the Design Hut machine parked on the sideline even before he made it to turn 1. So that's handed the lead there to Rory Atkinson. Atkinson with an amazing start there and just avoiding the car in front of him, slowing down. A couple of cars had to take evasive action as well, as Stian went left and then eventually went right and turned off the circuit at turn 1. So didn't go according to plan there for Stian Kriel on the first start of 2022. Masters is in 2nd place. Then you've got Mikes coming up in the background there, the Sabertech car putting pressure onto the back end already from the word go to that CPS Warehouse car of Bevan Masters. Bevan Masters with the orange colours this time, slightly different livery, but same sponsor on the car as they come down to G&H Transport Corner for the first time. To start and complete the first lap, it was Rory Atkinson who got the whole shot. He maintains the lead. Stelios Nusias under pressure there from Barbaglia and from Dale. Side by side there from Sam Dale as he went into turn 8, but then just slotting in just behind as they come through into turn 1. Nusias from Dale. Dale has got Barbaglia on his tail, and then his dad is right behind that. Look, already making a big dive on the inside there. Great move from Captain Dick. Chris Dale just moving through rapidly and getting ahead. So finding a way through on Barbaglia, leaving Barbaglia to fight out there just behind with Mfana and Ross. So that's how things start out for Class A in the Volkswagen Challenge. Paybar, brand new sponsorship, and this is why they get involved with these kind of cars. This is the kind of action you get as a sponsor for Volkswagen Challenge. Squadra Course man there, Madonna Mfana, having a fantastic run at just outside the top 10 at this stage. In fact, he is in 10th place as they head towards turn 5. Top 2 starting to slip and slide a little bit as they come out of turn 5, past the AMG Driving Academy, past the ZOC Club. And just waiting for Class C now to come up to the top of the hill for the first time. Let's see who's at the front end of that one. It's Mussolini. Number 1 car, as always, showing the way around to the rest of this pack. He's got Walker on his tail, the pole man, losing out ever so slightly to the champion. And they've got a massive gap there over 3rd place. Mussolini heading down the hill with, I think that's the police car who's made its way up into 3rd place. So possibly Dino Smith or Mark Castle who have come through there. They've started to make their way to the front end, but it's Walker trying to put the pressure onto Mussolini as they make their way back down towards turn 2. Class C honours up for grabs here. The Cycles United car taking on Mussolini. Luigi, of course, running FSS colours, the FSS international colours there. Just behind him, you can see just how hard they're having to push now as they come down the hill. It is 3 and 4. Castle just ahead there of Dino Smith. As they head up towards the top and into turn 4 again, Class C honours up for grabs, but Luigi Mussolini just controlling things there. No problems whatsoever for the number 1 car at this stage. Beg your pardon. Back to Class A. And down towards G&H Transport Corner. 1, 2, 3 and 4. No changes there. 5th place still the Sabertech car of Derek Smallberger. CPS Warehouses, Bevan Masters in the 4 spot, trying to close down on Mikey's and get up towards his family member, Wayne Masters. The Dales just ahead now, Bob Aglia. Sam Dale and Chris Dale running awesome British flag livery colours there, the Union Jack colours on both those cars. Kind of Sam has gone with the negative option of the British flag, black, white and grey. And it's the red, white and blue just behind him there of his dad's car. Now onto the back straight, Bagli under a bit of pressure as well. Looks like Mfana wants by. For Stelios. In fact, no, Stelios has dropped behind. I thought that was Mfana's car. Mfana's the next white car along. A lot of cars with all white livery and no differentiating factors just yet. So maybe waiting for sponsorship still to be wrapped up. Stelios has dropped actually behind now. Bobaglia is up 1 position. That is Mfana now with some pressure coming from Gavin Ross in the Norbury car. Heading down the hill, you can see just how hard these guys are having to work in this mid-pack. Just as hard as they're working at the front end to maintain the lead of the first outing for Paybar Volkswagen Challenge. Dale from Babaglia from Nusias. Stelios is all over the back there. And of course, he's running those chasing cars colours as he comes around the outside of that Paybar car. Mike Babaglia is just loving life, having the main sponsor on his car and all over the windscreens of the cars front and back of him. Mussolini under pressure from Walker. Cycles United car trying to find a way to the front end of Class C. That is 5th place in Class A. Sabertech car of Derek Smallberger making its way to the top of the hill, trying to close down there on Bevan Masters. Atkinson though controlling things from the front. 88 is Voldy Mikey's. He's in 3rd place. He's the only one who's not coming up on our timing monitor there. But the Silver Dream Racer, very easy to pick up there of Mikey's. Change up there as well as Nusios gets through. Returns the favour and gets past the Paywell car of Mike Babaglia. Now goes hunting for Sam and Chris Dale up the road. So Nusios just diving through. Perfect timing to get through on Mike Babaglia. And now tries to hunt down first Chris Dale and then Sam Dale. Madarana Mfana still in a bit of a fight of his own there as well. You can see he's got Dioval Taron just behind him, but he's trying to get through there. Gavin Ross at this point in time is the man he's most concerned about. His Oak panel beaters and Norbury colours. Interceptor Racing is Dioval Taron. As they come into that back straight away, can we see any changes between those cars just in the background? These two going really well, but these two having a fantastic little dice further up the field. Is that Rainer van Heerden? It is, ahead of Mike Castle. No, it's Gander, sorry, Eric Gander who's taken over that car. Eric Gander's taken over Reno's car, the police colours there of what was Rainer van Heerden's car. Now Eric Gander behind the wheel. fighting with Castle. And of course he'll be in that car just for this weekend. Dino Smith also trying to get to possibly third place in Class C. This is awesome stuff. Class C fighters actually going really well. Looking relatively good for the win is that man, Pierluigi Mussolini. Although Ian Walker might be just upping the wick ever so slightly into the closing stages. We've got 6 laps completed, going to be 7 now as they cross the line. No, this will be 6 for them. But the Class A competitors are already onto their 7th lap. Which means we've got 3 to go for these 2. Mussolini continues to lead out Class C. Third place battle still between Gander, Castle, Smith and Tehran. It's a good little fight for that third place, that's for sure. Tino Smith would love to be slightly higher up now, maybe starting to put the pressure on. Easy Parts car all over the back end of Gander. Looks like Mark Castle also wants to make a plan here. Go into the back straight. Heading up towards turn 4. Tractor up towards turn 4. No worries, no changes at all there as well. Charles Anderson at the back in the second of those paywall cars. Heading up towards turn 5 and AMG Driving Academy past the Universal Motorsport compound. Flies up into turn 5. Oh, running a little bit wide there. Gander made a small mistake out of turn 5. That might give an opportunity there to Mark Castle to catch him. Try and find a way through. Mid-pack of Class A. Sam Dell, Chris Dell, Stelios Nusios all fighting hard for what is now 6, 7 and 8th place. Yes, on track, but that is the man who leads things out. BHIT's Rory Atkinson. How many times have we said that in the past in a Volkswagen Challenge heat? And he's pulled a big margin now over Masters. Performance Masters car there of Wayne Masters has not had an answer there to that BHIT Polo. And it's Valdi Mikes from the CPS warehouses, Bevan Masters. And behind him, see no change up there from Derek Smallberger's point of view. He has not found a way through yet on Bevan Masters, although he has closed the gap. Smallberger looking for a chance now. Can he get later on the brakes to find a way through? We can also ask, while we've got our live commentary going here, to live on the circuit, can we get Lotus Challenge to pre-race, please? All the Lotus Challenge competitors make their way down to pre-race paddock first. Wayne Masters having a fantastic run here. Just not quick enough. He's going to have to do some work in between heat 1 and 2. Yellow flags up towards turn 5. Must be an issue of some nature. Overtaking into turn 5, and that'll mean that there'll be no chances for these guys to have a go at each other here. They'll have to wait till they get down towards turn 8. Didn't see any cars stricken on the sideline as they came through there, but it must be somewhere up the top there. A bit of an issue for one of the cars. Castle now under pressure from the leader and coming to start their last lap. So Mark Castle caught and passed by the leader, Rory Atkinson. Wayne Masters might get hindered slightly as they go through turn 1 there by Castle. As he holds his line, he'll be okay. Yep, he does. Oh, forcing Masters into a little bit of a dangerous overtake. Locks up slightly into turn 2. But he gets through relatively unscathed. I say relatively because it was pretty tight there. Once again onto the back straightaway now. This is third place for Class C. Here comes BHIT's Rory Atkinson, looking for the win. Another bit of traffic issues there for Wayne Masters, but I think he realizes he's probably not going to catch Rory Atkinson, so not going to take too risky maneuvers to get through on the back markers, because he knows Valdi will waiting to pick up the pieces if something goes wrong. Main squeeze still down there in third place. So looks like our top 2 in Class C are going to have to do another lap. Maybe third place in Class C might get overtaken here by both? No, they're going to have to do 2 more. So coming to the line, it's Rory Atkinson. Checking flag on standby and handing the flag about to give it to Rory Atkinson for the first time in 2022. He wins out over Wayne Masters and Valdi Mikes. The top 3 in Class C have still got to come through. But Class A's all sorted out. Atkinson from Masters, Mikes, Bevan Masters and Derek Smallberger, your top 5 in Class A. Just waiting to see who's going to win out things for Class C honours as the rest of Class A come through. Sam Dale, Stelios Nusios. Then you got Mark Babaglia. Issues there for Chris Dale on the last lap. He dropped by ever so slightly. Back end of Class C have just gone through. Here comes the leader for Class C. Mussolini still into Kenwood corner. Left-handed out of Hot 1027. And now down the hill for the last time. There's no answer, unfortunately, there from Walker in the Cycles United car. He's going to have to settle for what is second place in Class C. And the first win of the season goes to your reigning champion in Class C and overall. That's Pierluigi Mussolini. Hello, Clark King and Dee. How are you doing? Diane and Clark watching us from our live stream coverage. It's great to see that, and definitely looking forward to some more race action. Mark van Willensdorf has joined us as well. Shot for that, buddy. Pops is in the house too on that one. Hope you guys enjoyed all that one as they come through. It is Rory Atkinson from Wayne Masters, and 88 was Valdi Mikes. Class B, a great effort there, will be up next just after Lotus Challenge. But Class C went to Mussolini and Eric Gander in second place, winning things out there in the battle for Class C. And at the end, it was an awesome one. It is Ian Walker, of course, who came through for second. He's the number 77 car there and hasn't got his details up on the screen. So it's Dino Smith and Eric Gander there for 1, 2, 3, and 4 in Class C. We'll be short. Up next, some Lotus Challenge action coming away. We'll be back shortly with the action from the regionals here from Swartkops. Cars back out on track now for Lotus Challenge, first time out for them. Great to have them all in full effect here for the first time out as Tyrone Alberts joins us. It is fantastic to see fans back in the stands, Tyrone, and great to have you here all the way from the Emerald Isle, your new home. Hope you're enjoying life out there, buddy, and we wish you all the very best. The man, of course, who used to be part and parcel of the Lotus Register and Lotus Challenge as one of the sponsors of our live stream coverage over the last couple of races, and of course coming out of Suzuki Alberton. But now, of course, he's now Tyrone Alberts on the Emerald Isle doing whatever he does. Big welcome to you, Tyrone. Thanks very much for tuning in. The Emerald Isle is Ireland, for those people who are uninformed and do not know that there are only two people in this world, Dave Peterson: the Irish and the people who wish they were Irish, like the Petersons. They never celebrate St. Paddy's Day in the Peterson house. It's like the Maloney house. Definitely doesn't have any form of celebration when it comes to St. Paddy's Day. It was a couple of weeks ago, of course. Pops is in the house as well. He, of course, celebrated his 79th birthday on St. Paddy's Day with my mom. So wishing them a belated happy birthday there, and a celebration of St. Patrick's Day as well on the 17th of March. So we're here for Lotus Challenge and the Lotus Challenge Race 1 of 2022, joining the regional side of the Extreme Festival this time out, and a great little boost to their status in terms of Motorsport South Africa. Normally part of the Inland Championship and now part of the regionals for 2022. Regional round 1 here of the Extreme Festival at the Arena of Motorsport, Swartkops International Raceway. The grid looks like this: the Design Hut and Universal Motorsport machine of Jeff Kruger, and looking for his 6th title in this category in 2022. He took 4 back-to-back, then he unfortunately missed out on his 5th one, losing that to Mackie Adlam. Came back to win it the very next year, and now looking for his 6th title in Lotus Challenge there on pole. David Jeremy is alongside him. Thomas Faulkner and Rudy Barnard, his closest rivals, will be right behind him, along with Mackie Adlam, and joining the Lotus Challenge in the N4 Autocraft car, that is JP Norkia. Should be probably a bright green car if it's gone with JP's usual colours. John Kruger, Jeff's dad, is down there in 7th place, ahead of David Kutsia. Sean Hewitt and Clive Wilmot making up the top 10. In Class L, it's Sean Hepburn ahead of Davide Favo. Jean Detoy and Ben Knights be looking to try and take on the rest of the pack as we get into the thick of it here for race 1 of the Lotus Challenge. Lights on, and we're about to go racing. Good start coming from the second row there from Faulkner. Great start coming out of David Jeremy as well, coming across on Jeff Kruger, but Faulkner squeezes through. Oh, Thomas Faulkner is not holding anything back here. Climbing out of the Gazoo Racing machine 2 weekends ago down in Cape Town for the first round of the National Extreme Festival, and now already putting the big pressure onto the front end, and the pressure, of course, going onto the pole man, Jeff Kruger. Just the pack comes screaming through there, and it looks like it's going to be a big fight at the back there. Got a shot there of Andre Duplessis starting to come through, trying to put the pressure onto Gijs van der Walt. It is Faulkner who leads out, and Jeff Kruger in 2nd place already, with pressure coming out of Jeremy and out of Rudy Barnard. So nothing at all at the front end in terms of those first 5 cars. Sort of seem to sort things out just behind that. But here comes Kruger around the outside of turn 5. Whoa, how was that for a move? Around the outside of turn 5 and back into the lead ahead of Thomas Faulkner. Squeezing through there. I think that's Barnard who's moved up into the 3 spot. Yes, it is. Barnard into 3, and big pressure from Jeremy. And watch out for Mackie Adlam just waiting to pounce in the background. So 1 and 2 in the championship. Cross the line, 1 and 2 on the road from 2021 up into 2022. 76 on that car, of course, is the number that Jeff Kruger elects to run, but he should have the number 1 plate on that car. And he now goes down towards turn 2 as the rest of this pack come through. Look out for Nick Hodgson as well, having a bit of a fight there with John Kruger. There it is. The shot we needed to see there. John Kruger in the 2nd of the Universal Motorsport machines, up there at the moment and pushing hard for what is 7th and 8th place, just behind David Kutsia. Class L honours at this stage. Sean Hepburn looking for a way through to try and maintain his lead and the pole position he set in this morning's qualifying session. He was ahead of Favo and Detoy, with Ben Knights just behind them. Nothing in it between those low-cost machines there, running up in the top 4 of Class L in this Lotus Challenge. So it looks like here we go. Rudy Barnard looking for a way through there on Falconer. Falconer shuts the door. Barnard's got Jeremy, and just behind him, Mackie Adlam. In fact, Adlam, I think, has got through there on David Jeremy. Yes, he has. Jeremy has dropped down into 5th place. Just behind them, looks like that is JP Nokia. Yes, JP Nokia, not in his usual colours. Nokia is synonymous with running the lime green Hulk colours on his Corvette when he was involved with the Mobil 1 V8 supercars. But as you can see, slightly different livery there for him in this time out in the 79 car. Kutsia behind that, Kruger and Sean Hewitt. Then Clive Wilmot. Here we go for Class L. Filing through there, and some great battles in that Class L side of things. It's Hepburn from Gijs van der Walt. Ben Knights and Favo. Favo's dropped down from 2nd on the grid in Class L to 4th place on track. 57 car is the leader of Class L. That's Sean Hepburn at the wheel of that car. This is Class A, all filing through and absolutely hauling down towards turn 4, up towards turn 5. Bit of a gap now. Looking for Class L leaders to come through there. There he is. Hepburn. JPS colours right behind him is Van der Walt. Nice Lotus livery colours there. John Player Special Lotus, of course, driven by a couple of famous Formula 1 drivers in their time. Mario Andretti comes to mind as one. Oh, and there you go! A touch between the top two in Class L. Oh, and some problems. Looks like there might be some damage. And yes, lots of fluid coming out of the front end of the JPS Lotus. Lots of fluid being dropped there. And you can see starting to slip and slide as well. Was that oil or was it just water? But there was definitely some fluids coming out of Gijs van der Walt's car. Good possibilities of some change of surface flag as they head down towards turn 8 now. Let's see if he pulls in. No, he's going to have to get off the circuit. Van der Walt waits until everybody gets out of the way and then cuts across. Definitely some big problems there as Van der Walt tried to get through there on the leader. Sean Hepburn had a big tag there. Let's have a look at a replay from turn 5. Hepburn slides out of turn 5. There's nowhere to go for Van der Walt. Hepburn tried to catch it. He came across. Once he'd caught it, though, he'd done a lot of damage to the front end there. But watch for the fluid coming out of the front left of that car. The radiator is completely damaged, and Van der Walt's day is done by the looks of things, unless he can find a Birkin 7 Lotus register radiator somewhere in pit lane. So I was just mentioning the fact that we've got John Player Special on the side of that car. Wasn't too special there, unfortunately, for Van der Walt. He's now out of it. This is the 36 car, a little bit further up there. Karel Skarp fighting hard there with Ben Knight by the looks of things, or Brett van Rensburg. No, Brett van Rensburg in the 10 car. Oh, magic stuff there from the two of them as they come up towards turn number 8, G&H Transport corner. Just ahead of them is Tinus Buertus, but a three-way fight here between Van Rensburg, Skarp, and Gavin Ritchie. Ritchie's just behind them, pushing hard. Amazing bit of a little dice here, and this, of course, is sitting down in 13, 14, and 15th place on track. Leaders going into turn 4. They were side by side coming out of turn 4, but tucking in behind the Universal Motorsport and Design Hut Lotus. Looking for overtaking opportunity there. I don't think Thomas Falconer will be able to get around the outside of Jeff Kruger the way that Kruger was able to do that into turn 5 earlier on to retake the lead. He gave Falconer about 2 corners of a sniff of the front and then came back at him almost instantaneously. Here comes Falconer, though, going to do the same into turn 8. Oh, big move there from Falconer, but the door firmly shut there from Jeff Kruger. 5 to go for them, halfway stage. Battle continues there between Van Rensburg, Skarp, and Ritchie. They head down towards turn number 8, G&H Transport corner. Trying to close things down on Tinus Buertus, but Buertus is keeping them at bay for now. So they are slowing each other slightly and not being able to bridge that gap to the back end of Buertus. It would be nice if we had a 4-way fight there if they could catch the back end of Tinus Buertus. Down into turn 2 they go now. Battle for 12, 13, 14 and 15th place on track. Late braking from the 36 car of Skarp. Karel Skarp had a big look there. Late on the brakes to try and find a way past on the 10 car Van Rensburg, but Van Rensburg saw him coming. Back to the front. A great bit of driving here from Thomas Falconer to remain on the tail of the back end. Awesome stuff. Yes, Falconer has a dive into turn 8. Oh, once again, side by side between Falconer and Kruger. We've seen this on so many occasions in the past. Fantastic to see this again as Faulkner has a go into turn 1 again. Oh, it's good. Faulkner was a lot closer this time. You see, he compromised his drive slightly, but he's good on the brakes into turn 2 to come back at Jeff Kruger for the lead. Kruger still taking his normal race line, so he's not really compromising his drive through the corners, which is what Faulkner's having to do to try and find a way past. Looking to use his large amount of experience as well in various forms of motorsport. Just can't get through just yet. The fight is on here still and continues between Van Rensburg, Scarp and Ritchie. Scarp this time forces a move. And there's no answer from Brett Van Rensburg. Opens up the door and Scarp is through, but he comes back at him. Oh, Carl Scarp just running side by side as they go onto the back straight. Leaders flicking through turn 5 and 6 into 7 now. Down the hill one more time for our leader. Absolutely brilliant stuff here from these guys. And here we go into turn number 8. They go again with 3 to go. 3 laps to go for these guys. It's brilliant stuff. Behind that, it's the battle for third. Led out by the looks of things still by Rudy Barnard. Barnard's got Adlam on his tail. Big pack heading up to the top of the hill as well. That's Ben Knights leading out Class L by the looks of things. Or is it? Yes, it is. Knights from Favo. Favo's into second place. It's Duplessis into third. Sean Hepburn's dropped down to fourth place. That must be due to the fact that he's got maybe a little bit of damage on the front end of that car after that touch between the two cars that had a battle. Queen's in the house, just joining us there as well. Thanks so much, babes. And looking forward to some phenomenal finish to Lotus Challenge. This is the fight for Class L. Ben Knights leads it out at this stage. It's a great little fight out here between Knights and on his tail Favo and Andre Duplessis. David Jeremy dropping by the wayside as well. Looks like a bit of a problem there for Jeremy's car. The man who was on pole position, or on the front row I should say, alongside Jeff Kruger, is now dropping by the wayside here. Mid pack of Class A goes through there. That is Van Rensburg, Ritchie and Tinus Buertus. They've all been caught and passed now. Here comes the Class L battle onto the back straight. Knights, Favo, Hepburn, Hodgson, Duplessis. Oh, and once again it's Hepburn off track again. Sean Hepburn having a nightmare. He's now dropped behind Hodgson, Duplessis, Jean de Toy and Andrew Fulton. So it has not gone according to plan there for Sean Hepburn. He was leading things out relatively comfortably with a bit of pressure coming from that JPS Lotus, and he's now in the thick of it big time in the second pack of Class L. Second pack of Class L being made up there, of course, of a whole bunch of drivers. Looking forward to some real big action between them. Can Hepburn try and find a way back again? Let's see, this is Class L's leaders coming out of turn 8. The top 2 in Class B, of course, are Kruger and Faulkner, and they're into Kenwood. Coming down a complete lap number 9. This is fantastic racing here. Closing on Hepburn. Hepburn, you can see, just trying to survive this one. Coming up on the back, Marco had some issues on, and they start their final lap. So it's Kruger versus Faulkner again. Hepburn just ahead of them. Sean Hepburn will try and stay out of harm's way here, realizing that the top 2 are coming, giving them lots of room. There we go. And early on the brakes to allow both of them to get through. So it's Kruger and Faulkner out of turn 2 for the lead and win here, possibly for the first time out for Lotus Challenge. Not a bad way to kick off 2022 with the amount of action we've seen here in this first heat. Brilliant stuff from them. Definitely some great action so far from these guys and competitors in Class L and Class B. Matthijs de Kock about to be caught and passed. He's in the Gulf Racing coloured machine there. He's going to just have a big wake-up call here as we see both Kruger and Faulkner come by on him. Moving out of the way and giving them... Ooh, Faulkner runs wide. Faulkner with a little mistake. That's a costly one. There's no chance he's going to have a way to get through now on Kruger. That little mistake from Thomas Faulkner is going to have to make him settle for second place. It's Kruger for the win again. Taking the win for the first time in 2022. Jeff Kruger for Universal Motorsport and the Design Hut, winning out over Thomas Faulkner. Faulkner comes through for Adaptive Resource Engineering. Third place, it's going to be a fight to the line there between Mackie Adlam and Rudy Barnard. Adlam, I think, is going to hang on. 44's got a problem. Issue there for Gavin Ritchie. He falls by the wayside. He was actually involved in this little fight earlier on. Scarp and Van Rensburg. Gavin Ritchie and, of course, Tinus Buertus out in front of them again. Here they come to the line. Class L should be heading to the top of the hill. It's the blue and white car. Yeah, there we go. Ben Knights. This is the L battle. Knights fighting with Favo on the back end of Hepburn. Hepburn's still looking for the win in this class, but he's got Knights all over the back of him. Let's have a look at that front end of, yeah, it is a little bit of damage there, I think, but not too much to keep Hepburn from taking the win here in Class L. Hepburn comes through ahead of Ben Knights and Davide Favo. Fantastic run there from those three. And that's how it goes for Lotus Challenge for the first time in 2022. So having a look at the way things finished up there, Class B is Kruger from Falkner and Adlam, your top three. Barnard, JP Norkia, nice baptism of fire there for him. Top 5 in his first time out. Ahead of Kutsia, John Kruger, Wilmot, Stradum, and Tinus Buertus, with Brett van Rensburg and Carl Scarp making up the top 12. Class L in 13th place, lucky for some, and it was certainly lucky for Sean Hepburn in this one, winning out over Ben Knights and Andre Duplessis. We'll be back shortly with Class B action from the Volkswagen Challenge, and they'll be out on track shortly. Welcome back to the second heat of the day now. It's Class B for Paybar Volkswagen Challenge. 23 cars about to get onto the circuit now. These 23, of course, are going to join Class A and Class C in the second heat, official heat of the day, later on this afternoon as we go for all three classes combined in Paybar Volkswagen Challenge. But for the first two heats, it was Class A and C, which we've just seen only about half an hour ago. And now into Class B. Class B headed out by Charisse van der Merwe. Hot 1027 Racing's Charisse van der Merwe taking pole position and doing a super job there for her sponsor ahead of the Dane Fern Dental Studios, Hannes Skeepers. Elna Cruiser and Ethan Coetzee make up the second row. It's Anthony Pretorius and Dominic Diaz that'll make up the third row of the grid there for the Chemi and Liquid Energy machine. Giordano Lupini makes a good welcome start to his Volkswagen Challenge career. He had a phenomenal outing in the Comcare Volkswagen Cup, the Polo Cup, with Comcare as the new sponsor at the National Championships down in Cape Town only a couple of weekends ago. He's up here driving for Bullion IT Racing, being helped out by my fellow commentator Leon Odendaal, as Andre Danhauser pops into the studio to say how's it as well. Good race there, buddy. And looking forward to seeing what he can do now in his first outing at the Zwartkops International Raceway. Getting in a couple of valuable seat time, and really valuable seat time, for what is going to happen in a couple of weeks here at the Zwartkops International Raceway. Of course, we've got the 23rd of April lined up for Extreme Festival National Championships here at Zwartkops. So make sure you are around for that, or just pick us up on our live stream. And a big welcome to everybody who is on the live stream there. Thank you so much for your support. Like and share, pass on to all your friends and fans, and look forward to what is going to be probably an epic battle here for Class B. The outgoing champion, of course, of this class has moved on to bigger and better things, and looking forward to seeing how that goes, and looking forward to as well as what's going to happen there with his career. Leighton Free now winning the Polo Cup, winning the Class Bs, and now moved on to GTC Super Cup. Behind Lupini, we've got Stuart Mack, and it'll be Francois van Zyl and Bevan Williams who will make up the fifth row. Alden Haupt and Karshan Naidu are on the sixth row ahead of Lindsay Kleur, and I can see Tony Richardson will be pretty happy to see his cousin going at it there. Lindsay Kleur, of course, also running some new Nathan's Motorsport and some new colours on the side of that car too, so watch out for that. Chris Davison in the Hermoinse car ahead of Leon Odendaal. He's in the Paybar and Golden Era Motors machine. Mitch Coetzee and Ilio Mussolini as we're ready to go now. 30-second board is about to go up. Lights are on, and we're racing. Charisse van der Merwe looking to make it one for the ladies here today. Can we get a lady winner in Class B for the first time as they head down towards turn number 2? Big pack, and all starting to sort things out there in the back end of that pack as well. A couple of rookies out there. Tanae Nkube. And looks like Mike McGregor having to start at the back of the field in the Grange Workwear car as well, as he did not go and weigh his car after qualifying. So the Grange Workwear car with a lot of work to be done from Mike McGregor's point of view as they go down into turn 3. McGregor's already made up a couple of positions. Looks like Charisse van der Merwe has lost out ever so slightly there to the dental man. Dane Fern Dental Studios, Hannes Skeepers leading things out, and the two lady drivers are right on his tail with Elna Cruiser with another fantastic start in her car. She's dropped back slightly though into third and lost out ever so slightly there to Coetzee. Ethan Coetzee moving up into third place as they get up towards turn 5. So we've got out front, it is Skeepers from Van der Merwe, and then it is Coetzee from Cruiser. Anthony Pretorius and Dominic Diaz going at it. Oh, and some banging halfway through that pack. Looks like Kasani getting a little bit of a welcome to Class B. It's not the way we wanted to start for Robbie Kasani, but some banging is what it's all about. Orange car coming down into the shot there. That is the 28 car, the machine of Lindsay Kleur we were just speaking about. Some new livery on the side of that car as well, and also being helped out now by Nathan's Motorsport as they come flying through to complete lap number 1. Francois van Zyl just ahead of her. Coetzee having some fun and games. That's Mitch Coetzee. I can tell you something. Watch out for Francois van Zyl. Van Zyl normally fighting out with the ladies at the front end. Leon Oedendaal's in the thick of it as well. Here we go. Onto the back end of the 54 machine. This is great battles all the way through this pack. And Oedendaal is having a bit of a fight of his own. The two ladies are looking for opportunities here. Here comes Elna Cruiser to dive through on Coetzee again. Can she do anything about Ethan Coetzee's pace? No, not just yet. Now as they come flying through, you can see the second pack of that of cars Chris Davidson in the middle of it. He's just ahead there of the 70 machine. And a good bit of driving coming out of a couple of cars that are not even on our start list here. So a couple of guys who came out late last minute here. Don't even know who the 70 car is, because there's a couple of guys who have not put their names down on the timing sheets either. But needless to say, it is a big battle. And it's one that we kind of expected to see. Skipper's leading things out. Charisse van der Merwe in second. Cruiser is in fourth. Hasn't found a way through on Coetzee. Lindsay Kleur now looking to get through on Francois van Zyl as they come down on the brakes and into turn number 8, G&H Transport Corner. This is how things start out, and of course this is a thick of Class B's mid-pack now. All lining up, streaming through. Golf Racing colours there, Elio Mussolini. Just ahead at this point in time. Just pick it up on, it should be Mo Carodio, I think. No, just up the road there, there he is. Odendaal pushing hard in that Golden Era Motors and Paybar colours. There's Cruiser. ATE brakes, looking to be later on the brakes than Coetzee, but Ethan is very good into turn 4. Keeps on the behind. Then it's Lupini. Giordano Lupini making his way up into 5th place, looking to now put the pressure onto the back end of Alma Cruiser. Has a look on the inside, but not close enough to make it stick. So Lupini slowly but surely making his way to the front end of Class B. Francois van Zyl has dropped back. And looks like he's losing a little bit of ground there. Class B in the house here, all 23 cars out of the same category. Remember, they'll be joining Class A and C later in the day with a combined class. But right now, it's just Class B on their own. Odendaal once again pushing hard, trying to find a way through there. Hasn't been able to do it just yet. And it's Mitch Coetzee who's just up the road from him. Mike McGregor has made his way up into the top 16, right onto Odendaal's tail. So good friends off the circuit, but probably going to be arch rivalry on track. They're about to go at it. Range Workwear colours on the roof of that car. Just ahead of Robbie Kasani. Kasani is just ahead of Mo Carodia. All these Class B competitors very evenly matched. Looking at lap times, almost every single one of these cars is either in the 1 minute 16 or 1 minute 17 bracket right the way through, which is brilliant stuff. Thanks for that, Paul. Just getting a little update on some of the numbers that weren't out there. 70 is actually Anthony Pretorius, so he's involved in this little fight that we were watching earlier on. And of course it's Alden Haupt who's in the 98 car that weren't on our timing monitor, but thanks for that. Our up to 60 seconds team and Two Wheels production here giving us the insight that we needed. Giordano Lupini under pressure, big time there from the 4-6. 46 cars, Dominic Diaz looking for a way through. Can he find it? No, not just yet. Oh, in the background we've got a spinner. Looks like it might be, is that the Creative Ink car? I think it might be, yes. The Creative Ink machine there getting a little bit out of shape and not the way he wanted to come through. 51. It is Stuart Mack, yeah. Just confirmation of that, tucking in just ahead now of Leon Odendaal. Odendaal won't be happy about that. He's going to try and come back at Mack as they come under brakes for turn 2. Mack was good on the brakes though to keep out Odendaal. Odendaal tucks in behind him. Range Workwear with Kasani, Carodia either side. Mike McGregor in a massive fight here. Roger Naidu just behind that as well. So there's a 6-way fight there. Coming onto the back straight away. Here we go. We watch Lindsay Kleur going up towards turn 5. Just watch for the cars behind that as they head up to the top of the hill. The second pack just behind those two. Definitely in with a massive battle. Here they come, up to the hill. Mack returning, trying to close that gap down, bringing along Leon Odendaal and Kasani for the ride. Carodia in there as well, looking for an opportunity to get through there. Unfortunately, hasn't found it just yet, though. Oh, there we go. It's getting real. McGregor gets out of shape. Here comes Carodia and Karsha Naidu. Oh, little tag between the two of them. Naidu and Carodia touching, and again, banging each other coming out. And another one. Oh, there's 3 touches between those two cars, and there he goes, sideways. Is that into pit lane? I think he went straight into pit lane, he did. He had nowhere to go. A little tag there between Mo Carodia and Karsha Naidu. Karsha Naidu had nowhere to go and had to go into pit lane. I wonder if there's going to be the speed lane limiter on that car as he goes through pit lane, or did he actually want to go into pit lane with a breakage? I don't think it was planned there. That is for sure. Gavin Ross now starting to come into the mix as well. Oh man. What a horrendous way to finish up his race. It's Dean Ross, that's right, sorry, it's the second of the Norbrake cars. Thanks, Paulie. So there are two Norbrake cars involved, of course, one in Class C, one in Class B. And dad and son having some fun. Front end of Class A, this is where it's all about. And leading things out, Hannes Schippers maintains the lead over Charisse van der Merwe in the Hot 1027 racing machine. She's just ahead there of Ethan Coetzee. Lots of family affairs in this one. It's dads and sons, sons and daughters, moms and sons, everybody's involved. Big family affair in Volkswagen Challenge. Schippers though ahead now of Charisse van der Merwe. Looks like Elna Cruiser hasn't an answer yet to Ethan Coetzee. Maybe waiting a little bit later on in the race to have a go. We're on the 7th lap now. We've still got 3 to go for these guys and girls. Coetzee in 3rd, but Cruiser closing down. And watching in the rearview mirrors as well as Dominic Diaz is bringing Giordano Lupini along for the ride as well. So we could have a 4-way fight here for 3rd place in a few laps' time. Maybe enough time there for them to make it a 4-way fight. Bevan Williams just ahead there of Alden Haupt. Francois Vancel's pulled ever so slightly away now from Antti Pretorius. Pretorius has got Lindsay Kleur on his tail. And then it's the return of Stuart Mack after that little spin at turn number 8. I think he may have been helped out ever so slightly. Mack is a very good driver and he doesn't usually make mistakes like that, but he has dropped by the wayside and a long way further back than what he'd like to have been, that is for sure. But now we're into the thick of it now, and looks like it's the Bullion IT machine of Giordano Lupini, who is starting to get to grips with Swartkops. He needs to put all this practice into place later on at the end of April, the 23rd of April. Of course, we're back here for National Championship Extreme Festival. Oh, Chris Davison with a big one. Davison's looped out of turn 2, and you can see the back bumper of that car has been helped off by somebody as well. If I'm not mistaken, Davidson was in a bit of a fight there for about 8th and 9th place. Could be a bit further down than that, but he's definitely been helped out off the circuit and had some cosmetic damage done to that car as well. Giordano Lupini into the 6th spot, tucked in there behind Dominic Diaz, making the way to the top of the hill. It's kind of 2 by 2, they go up to the top of the hill. First 2 cars getting a little bit more up close and personal as Charisse ups the wick ever so slightly. Ethan Coetzee maintaining the defensive role there over Elna Cruiser. Looks like that might be the car that was involved. It was Alden Haupt helping out the back of Chris Davison, because he's lost the front bumper and Davidson's lost the rear bumper. So I think there's definitely a possibility of a little tag between the two of them, looking at the amount of damage that's on those cars. So was that possibly Alden Haupt who went into the back end of Chris Davidson and looped him out? They didn't quite get it, but I'm sure they'll have a chat about it afterwards if that is the case. Fun sale, looking good. Definitely closing things down there as well. And looking to possibly get a bit higher up in the single digit than what he is right now. Looking for a way through on Haupt and looking for a way through just ahead there of Bevan Williams. Charisse van der Merwe has not had an answer to Hannes Schippers since he hit the front. So the dentist taking on Hot 1027 Racing's Charisse van der Merwe, Coetzee, Cruiser and Diaz 3, 4 and 5. Cruiser's good on the brakes but not good enough to find a way through on Coetzee. Ethan maintains at this point in time the margin required to keep up that 3rd place. Mitch Coetzee further back. That's the dad having some fun there with Dean Ross, Mo Karodia, and the second of the Diaz out there. That's Miguel Diaz. Leon Odendaal with Robbie Kosani. Oh, it's on again between the two of them. Easy Parts and Golden Era Motors and Paybar taking each other on. About to start their final lap. So leaders onto the final lap. This is the mid-pack of Class B. Kosani and Odendaal going at it. Nice recovery there from Stuart Mack now ahead of Lindsay Kleur heading towards turn 2. We're going to close down on Bevan Williams. Dental Studios from Dainfern, looking for its first victory in Class B. Skipper's looking for a first win as well in Class B and Volkswagen Challenge. Good number on that car. Heading towards the final two corners of the track. It's going to be Hunter Skippers to hang on, by the looks of things, to beat out a hard charging and very fast this morning in qualifying Charisse van der Merwe. Coming down to the line and of course to the flag as well. Henny will be waiting with it as they come across the line. It's B27 Hunter Skippers for the Dental Studios Dainfern to take the first win of 2022 for Class B. He wins out over Charisse van der Merwe for Hot 1027 Racing, and JRT's Ethan Kutsia comes through there for third place. Brilliant stuff and great racing all the way through Class B. Good recovery from Stuart Mack as well. He'll be coming through there in the Creative Inc. studio car to finish up just outside the top 10. Leo Nudendal wins out. He takes Robbie Kosani to the line and wins out that little fight on track. But I think there may be a little word between Mo Karodia and Karshan Naidu after that little tap. 3 or 4 occasions heading to the entrance of pit lane. That is Class B done and dusted for the Paybar Volkswagen Challenge. Up next we're going to more Volkswagen Challenge action, or more Volkswagen action I should say, from the DOE Formula V's. So a big welcome back here to Zwartkops International Raceway if you're on our live stream feed. And if you are here at the circuit and you've just joined us, where have you been? You missed out on a whole bunch of action so far here from the round 1 of Extreme Festival's regional championships. Up next, it's DOE Formula V, and we've got a couple of changes to the Formula V for the new year. It's great to see that they are staying up and in control of how things go. A big welcome back again to DOE Quality Parts, Start My Car, First Race, Bridgestone and Techno SA, an automotive parts distributor, for the sponsorship of this coverage for the DOE Formula Vs. They moved to a national challenge category for the first time in their history, and their history goes back 57 years. Formula V have been racing in South Africa for 57 years, one of the longest standing single-seater championships in the world, never mind here in South Africa. There's 23 cars on the grid today, which is going to be really exciting to see, and looking forward to all 23 of them going at it for the first time today. It looks like one has not made it out though for the qualifying and into the first heat. But speaking of qualifying, the structure of qualifying has changed ever so slightly. They do a normal qualifying session, and then on a very similar vein to what Polo Cup do, the top 6 go into the Bridgestone Grid Scramble. Running on Bridgestone tyres now. It's basically the top 6 drivers that either draw lots or balls or take a number out of an envelope. If you watched Formula V's coverage earlier on when they went live on their own page, and you'll see that Lendl Janssen, who was on pole position after qualifying, was only able to draw 3rd place on the grid. It gave an opportunity to both Gert van der Berg, Greg Wilson and Lucian Ramchanda to possibly move up as well. There you go. Some good coverage there for our guys in the turn 8. But of course, Lendl Janssen was fastest, qualifying on a 109.5, but it was the Hills boys who had to draw simultaneously to get that front row locked out. Vaughan Hills on pole position and Peter Hills alongside his dad for Mangaza Racing for the top 2 in this one. Leon Odendaal has just come and put in an incident report. I don't know what incident report he wants to put in there. There was nothing wrong with anybody who got near him. He's talking absolute rubbish, and if the COC can see it, he's talking absolute rubbish. There's nothing about that at all. I don't know what happened there. Leon Odendaal saw things that no one else saw in that entire race for Class B. Right, so we're almost good to go here for DOE Formula V's first race of the day. And as we get ready to go, you can see all 23 cars itching to get into it. And this is, of course, our only 4-wheeled category that represents or resembles the kind of 2-wheeled action you get out of 600cc's or Moto 3. And of course, looking forward to it now as the lights are about to go on and off for race 1 of the DOE. Oh, looks like a problem for one of the cars in the background here. Looking a bit further down that grid, looks like an issue there for one of the marshals having to pull the car to the sideline. Just trying to work out who that might be. 72 by the looks of things. It's, yes, Albertine Pinar having to just be moved out of harm's way and helped out by the recovery vehicle right on the start line. The car seems to have broken, and that's a big pity there for him. So Albertine Pinar now off the circuit. Looks like the marshals are going to just hook that car up and get it completely out of harm's way before we go. Start delayed board is up, and the reason being is that car has to be moved completely off the track and as we said, out of harm's way. So once again, Vaughan Hills, Peter Hills, front row. Lendl Janssen and Gert van der Berg are on the 2nd row of the grid. It is Greg Wilson and Lucian Ramchanda, the top 6 that had to go into the Bridgestone Grid Scramble. And that's how they've lined up after qualifying at the front end on a 109.9, or 109.5, I beg your pardon, for Lendl Janssen. Let's see what he can do now in race conditions. 30-second board is up. Changes to 5 seconds in the fastest 30 seconds of your life. And we're about to go racing. Lights are on. And off. Here we go. Down towards turn 1. Good start coming out of Lendl Janssen. Great one from Gert van der Berg as well. Gert van der Berg moving up into about 4th place. The 10 car coming through there of Lucian Ramchanda as the rest of the pack stream through turn number 1. Onto the brakes into turn 2. It is Hills 1 and 3. And it looks like it's the 11 car of Vaughan Hills who leads things out. Peter Hills has lost out ever so slightly coming out of turn 2. Being swamped there by Lendl Janssen and Gert van der Berg as they came through turn number 1 and 2. Let's see how they sort things out now. Lendl Janssen already trying to go to the front end and around the outside of turn 4. Not a lot of grip out there. Let's see if he's able to make it stick as they go through turn 4. The move was on for the lead. You're watching the 99 car come through there. And Theo Vermaak is slowly but surely making his way through the second pack of cars, but the pack at the front is heating up big time. It is Janssen who's hit the front, and Peter Hills has snuck through into second. Brandon Hills just behind that. Dennis Gert van der Berg. Van der Berg under a bit of pressure there from Greg Wilson and from Lucian Ramchanda. Those first 6 cars very evenly matched in qualifying. And if we look at the lap times, all of them into the either 9s or 10s around the circuit, which is very fast. First lap of 10 completed. In fact, the first lap of 12, a bigger one for these guys. They do 12 laps of action. 10 car of Ramchanda on the inside of Wilson as they went into turn 2. '99 is Theo Vermaak. He's right at the back end of the second pack of cars, closing onto the back end of the 92 machine. And looks like Michael Koenig in a bit of problems. Oh yes, he runs to the side and out of harm's way. Something's gone wrong there on Koenig's car. No worries at all though for the top 2. 3 and 4 starting to heat up. 5 and 6 getting even more heated in the battle. The Liqui Moly car there of Lucian Ramchanda under big pressure from Greg Wilson as they head to the top of the hill back towards turn 5. Van der Berg on the inside. Hills gets demoted down 1 position. Dropping by the wayside, Brandon Hills into 4th, into the clutches of Lucian Ramchanda and Greg Wilson. Vaughan Hills now, I beg your pardon, Brandon's a bit further back. It's Vaughan Hills who's up there into the 4th spot, ahead of Van der Berg. He was, and now Van der Berg has taken that position away from him and dropped him into the clutches of 2 very, very seasoned campaigners, Lucian Ramchanda and Greg Wilson. Greg Wilson, a multiple champion in this class. And behind that, they come through. 75 car there of Carl Watt fighting just ahead of him is Theo Vermaak. Then you've got Joseph Kutzer. Watch out for Jean-Andre Leroux, of course, in the second of those Liqui Moly sponsored machines. He's now made his way up into lucky number 13. Watt just behind him and Theo Vermaak just ahead of him. Big move on there from Lucian Ramchanda. Looking for a chance now to squeeze through on Vaughan Hills. Can he find it? No, he can't. Very close between the two of them as they go to the top of the hill. Here comes Greg Wilson trying to thread the needle between the two of those machines. Hills hangs on. Ramchanda keeps out Wilson. We're running over the curbs there from Ramchanda to do that. Coming up on the inside of Kenwood. Oh, very nearly touched there between the two of them. Vaughan Hills nearly getting a tag from the nose cone of Ramchanda. Lionel Janssen leads out the top 3, getting very up close and personal. Second 3 for 4, 5, and 6 as Ramchanda has a go. Going to try and make it numerical order there between those two cars that are fighting. He forces Vaughan Hills onto the dirty stuff. 10, 7, 11. They come through there. What a start. Absolutely brilliant. Sean van der Linde once again in the mix as well. He's in 8th place. The fight is on here big time. It's a fantastic little 3-way battle for the lead. 3-way battle for 4, 5, and 6. It's now turned into 2 as we've lost a little bit of ground there. Lionel Janssen going defensive onto that back straightaway. Not going to give any room there to play to Peter Hills or to Lucian Ramchanda. It's not Lucian Ramchanda, it's actually Gert van der Berg that they're not picking up on our timing monitor. Van der Berg there in 3rd place. Wilson just ahead of the hard charging Vaughan Hills, looking to try and come back at those two cars who put some forceful maneuvers on him. Van der Berg now looking for a chance now to squeeze through. Can he find a way past? No, not just yet. Van der Berg, of course, running the number 1 plate from last year. He was the outgoing champion. He is the reigning champion. And he now leads the charge for the rest of the pack on the top 2. Top 2 at this stage, Lionel Janssen and Peter Hills. But that number 1 car is just waiting to pounce. DOE Quality Parts and Start My Car, of course, the sponsors of the series are also the sponsors of Gert van der Berg. He would love to give them their first victory with a number 1 plate on his car. But it's difficult to find a way through. Ooh, spinner. 1-1-2 there. Marcel Blucknut getting it out of shape out of turn 2. Gets back on track. Not too far off where he was. Sean van der Linde trying to close down on Brandon Hills. Henk van der Berg is just behind him. Can Gert do anything about Peter or Wallendal ahead of him? Lennon Janssen just controlling things in the Bull Security machine. He's not been able to find a way to get away from these two, but he's certainly keeping them at bay for now. Oh, Spinner, the 27 car. That's a bit of a pity there for him. Jean-Ray Leroux come from the back of the field and he's now spun out. Looks like he might have beached himself up at turn 5. So we'll just keep an eye out on the possibility of a safety car. If that car is in harm's way, they may need to deploy the safety car, which means Lennon Janssen will assume the position of the safety car until they can get the official one out on track, if that's going to be the case. Let's see what the marshals can do about getting the second of the Liqui Moly machines out of direct target line of the cars heading towards turn 5, and that's where our leaders are heading right now. Double yellows into turn 5. Just warn those drivers. Oh, there's a move from Greg Wilson. Hopefully he saw those double yellows. He did. He tucks in behind Lushan Ramchundra just to give up that overtaking opportunity that he set himself up for because of that second Liqui Moly car stricken in the kiddie litter. And it looks like there's yellow flags down. Oh, in fact, yeah, safety car's out. Yellow flags down into turn 8 would possibly mean the safety car board. I just saw that very bright yellow board on the last shot. And yeah, safety car has been deployed with 6 to go. Safety car had to be deployed, yeah, unfortunately. There was no way that there was going to be enough time for the marshals to get that stricken Formula V out of harm's way. So Pretoria Noord Toyota 86 there from Pretoria Noord, our official pace car for the arena of motorsport. Now lead Lennon Janssen, Peter Hills, Lushan Ramchundra. It's saying Lushan, but they're not picking up on the timing monitor. Gert van den Berg. Van den Berg is still there in 3rd place, ahead of Ramchundra, Wilson and Vaughan Hills. Maybe now under safety car they'll get a chance to rectify that on the timing system. As you can see, that number 1 car is certainly there in 3rd place, just ahead of Ramchundra, Greg Wilson, Vaughan Hills, Brandon Hills, Sean van der Linde. The 30 car is Henk van den Berg. Then it's Roy Douglas and Josef Kotze. Kyle Watt, Theo Vermaak, Yannick Keiser, Marcel Bluchnoot having returned to the circuit now ahead of Clinton Kane. Michael Koenig is back on track as well. Lane de Melon and Cyril Somerville ahead of Haldo Gouveia, first time out. And Cyril Somerville and Haldo Gouveia, of course, making their rookie entrance to Formula V's for this outing. So a big welcome to them, to the big family of Formula V. It's great to have them as rookies for this year. Let's see how long it's going to take to get that car. Well, lights are out. Just spoke too soon. The lights are already out on that Toyota 86. I think it's actually caught Lennon Janssen out there. He was expecting to go one more lap, and then they pulled the safety car in rapidly. So it's back to race action. Green flags and no overtaking until you cross that finish line. But now it's into the thick of it now for what is going to be another 5 laps of race action here for DOE Formula V's. 53 pushing hard. It's Roy Douglas. He wants to now hopefully use the concertina effect that's happened behind the safety car to good effect. And hopefully find a way past. Sean van der Linde now looking to try and close things down as he goes up into turn 3. He was not able to run with the same kind of pace as Brandon and Vaughan Hills in the Mangaza racing cars. Peter Hills is under massive pressure. Look at this. The number 1 car, Gert van den Berg, DOE and Start My Car, all over that Mangaza racing machine of Peter Hills. And he's got some company of Lushan Ramchundra coming along for the ride as well. Ramchundra going to try and go with the open door that Peter Hills is trying to give him. Hills opened the door but then slammed it shut in Gert van den Berg's face. He's not going to allow that second place to be given up without a fight, and Ramchundra is up for it. So is Van der Berg, and so is Wilson. 4 cars fighting for second. Oh, big look in the rearview mirror there. Just making sure the gap is decent enough before he climbs on the brakes into turn 8. 4 to go. Lennon Janssen has been given an opportunity here to get away due to the fact that Hills has gone on the defensive. Peter Hills has gone big time on the defensive to keep out. Gert van den Berg has to go into turn 2. Late braking from Van der Berg, and he's up into second. Runs wide slightly, but there's enough room out there for him to play, and he gets up into second place and cements it. Hills into third. Fourth place, Ramchundra now looking to maybe pounce. Catch out the man who's just been shown the way into turn 3 by the number 1 car. Kat van der Berg now leads up. Ooh, coming up on a back marker. Very slow back marker in the middle of the corner of turn 4. As they go up to the top of the hill now, here's a move. Hills goes defensive to keep out Ramchundra. Van der Berg went on the attack almost instantaneously at the first opportunity he was given to get through on the leader, Lennell Jansen. Lennell Jansen is having to defend now big time. He's not going to make it an easy day here for the 91 car. Is the number 1 car. And the champion is looking to take the first victory of the season if he can. Start his campaign to retain the number 1 plate for 2022 with a victory. But he's got to get through on Lennell Jansen in the Bull Security Services car. What a bit of race action here from these 5-6 cars. Exactly what we expected. I told you it was going to be Moto 3-esque. These Formula V's always put on a superbike style race. Oh, slow car out of turn 1. Spun out of turn number 1. They got back on going. Look at that. Lennell Jansen straight to the inside of the circuit. Defensive driving. Here's Ramchundra. Ramchundra up to 3rd place. He's got through on Hills. Ramchundra's up to 3rd. Hills going to come back at him. And here comes Greg Wilson. Wilson going on the attack as well. Trying to catch Peter Hills out as they go to the top of the hill. Hills is late on the break. Wilson is good too, but he's got just not enough room to squeeze through there on Peter Hills. Hills, a multiple champion in this class, remember, knows exactly how to place that car. So is Wilson. And Lucian Ramchundra has just been gifted an opportunity for 3rd place. The battle for 4th is now on. It's giving Ramchundra a chance to close down on the top 2. 10 laps down, 2 to go. 2 more laps of this action to come your way. Here is Greg Wilson now on the inside of Peter Hills into turn 1 and makes it also 4th place in his hands. He's ticked them off one by one, but he's now losing a little bit of ground there to the man he was with earlier on there, Lucian Ramchundra. Peter Hills drops back into the clutches of his teammate and family member, of course. The Hills boys are now sitting in 5th, 6th and 7th place respectively. Further back there's some nice little fights there. 13 car fighting of course with Michael Koenig. Little battles as well as they come through, waiting for those fights to be sorted out as well. Recovered the 27 cars back on track, so they didn't have to make him go back into pit lane. Koenig of course spends a lot of time in single seaters in various championships around the country. Leaders now. Oh, it's a lead change. Van der Berg's hit the front. Gert van der Berg has hit the front with a lap to go. Is this enough? Will Lennell Jansen try and come back at him? He's going to go into turn 1 on the inside. Oh, it's very close. Side by side between these 2 cars as they go towards turn 2. Gert van der Berg has got the inside line. Ramchundra is going to try and go with him and squeeze out Lennell Jansen. Jansen sees him coming, gives him a little bit of room to play. Touch of wheels. Oh, a touch of wheels there and some gesticulations. You can see Lennell Jansen wasn't happy about that. Lucian Ramchundra touching wheels out of turn 2. That usually ends up in tears with single seaters, particularly when you've got open wheels like these cars have got. Lennell Jansen not happy about that. Big gesticulations from that man out of the car. They're up towards turn 5 again, trying to close down now on the champion. Will Gert van der Berg take his first victory of the season with that number 1 plate on his car and start the season off with the victory? Jansen is going to go defensive on Ramchundra. Ramchundra is doing the same thing there to Wilson. 4 cars, any 4 can win. Any one of the 4, I should say, could win. Here they come down towards the final corner for the last time in anger. What a Formula V race to kick things off for 2022. 57 years of racing, and every single year it gets better and better. Another victory. And what a start to the season there for the reigning champion. The number 1 car wins out for the first time in 2022. What a way to kick things off here for Formula V's. That is the way we like to do it. Gert van der Berg taking the victory. Some more action still to come your way. And yep, big time into turn 1. Yannick Geyser being shown the way into turn 1 there by the 53 car of Roy Douglas. They come to the line and just finishing off. A little look over the shoulder there from Roy Douglas, saying that's not how we do it. Theo Vermaak with a big thumbs up as he crosses the line. But let's have a quick squiz at how they finish up Formula V's at their best. The results are wrong, so we're not going to put them up. But to confirm, it was Gert van der Berg to take the win over Lendl Janssen. Ramchandra in third, Wilson in fourth, Peter Hills and Vaughan Hills, your top 6 in the DOE Formula V's. That's how we do it in single-seaters here at the regional round 1 of the Extreme Festival. Hope you enjoyed all that action, and join us shortly as we head into Car Care Clinics, Triple One, and GT Sports and Saloons.
They crashed on the cool down there.
Car Care Clinic is a nationwide auto service and repair centre. Our fully trained and qualified technicians are standing by to care for your car. For personal attention and integrity, Car Care Clinic is first choice every time. Fast and efficient service is our personal guarantee.
Hi, I'm Louis Skulls from Car Care Clinic. We love cars so much we even race them. Franchise opportunities are available at Car Care Clinic.
Car Care Clinic. We love cars. And apologies to everybody out on the PA system. Apparently the mute wasn't working on our microphones. So there you go. It's one of the things that happens when you double up with live streaming and with the live PA. Two microphones are not seeing each other and syncing with each other. But needless to say, it was some big action on track that we were commenting in the background on, and you would have heard all the comments. So enjoy. That's how it happens when we go live. It's live. That's what it's all about. We got Car Care Clinic 111 GT Sports and Saloons on the track at the moment and making their way around for their first outing for 2022. Great to see Louis Skoltz and George Economides on the front row, with Louis Skoltz, of course, heading up that front row for Car Care Clinic in his Nathan's Motorsport prepared Golf GTI. He's alongside George Economides. Bob Neal is behind them with Johan van der Vyver in the Devlaw Subaru WRX Impreza. And then it's Mark du Toit for Trans-Africa Racing in the Porsche Boxster, who will be the fifth car on that row 3 for the GT Sports and Saloons side of things. Behind that, they line up with Wouter Roos leading out Class A and Elton Fuchs alongside him in the M-Track Volkswagen Golf 1. Adrian Dalton, also in a Golf 1 with extra shoes and clothing on the side of his car. And he'll be partnering up that second row with Philip Meyer for the People Group in the Porsche that you see in shot right now. Remember, with this one, it's 2 warm-up laps behind the safety car. And then we go into a rolling start for the first time for 2022 for our 111 GT Sports and Saloons all combined. And then, of course, we have also got a change-up in the program. So if you have downloaded anything from the Swartkops International Raceway site or from the Extreme Festival site and seen the program for the day, we've got a slight change-up in that program. After the lunch break, we go to lunch straight after this for about 20 minutes, and then we start things out with the Car Care Clinic Super Hatch Lotus Challenge. Then we go to DOE Formula V, the Paybar Formula Volkswagen Challenge classes A and C, followed directly by the split in the two classes because of the size of the field, Paybar Volkswagen Challenge Class B. And our final bit of action from our live stream side of things will be the Car Care Clinic 111 and GT Sports and Saloons that are on track at the moment. So just take a note of that. After the lunch break, it's Super Hatch from Lotus Challenge. Then it is DOE Formula V, Volkswagen Challenge classes A and C, then Class B on their own, and 111s and GT Sports and Saloons, the last race of our coverage here from Swartkops. As they come through there, you'll see just behind Philip Meyer in the People Group Porsche. One car significantly missing, and of course a nice comment from him coming from the sidelines of the circuit. He is here, Mark Harvey Wallbanger. Yeah, Mark, unfortunately my mute button is doing the same as your Porsche did. It's not working. So hope you can enjoy all the action with us now from the sidelines. I saw you walking around with a youngster. Hopefully she's enjoying it as well. And it's great to have spectators back in the house. So all those spectators around the circuit, we can see you on our screens, so if you are near a camera and you can think that you're in camera shot, give us a wave and climb onto your smart devices and pick up some of the action on our live stream feed as well. You'll get to see some of the action and some of the replays that you might not see that happen right in front of you. So we're under starters orders now as the safety car peels into pit lane. It's up to Louis Skoltz to dictate the pace with George Economides alongside him. The Wealth Avenue Golf 1 in Martini Racing colours there as well. Bob Neal, always a very good contender in this one in the Delmon Mining's Honda. And Honda Type R now. He used to be in a Ford Focus, now in the Type R. Lights out and we're racing down towards turn 1. It is Louis Skoltz looking to get the whole shot if he can. He's side by side with Economides, who's got the inside line for turn 1, but it's the outside for turn 2 as the rest of them come flying through turn number 1. Now on the brakes, Mark du Toit already putting pressure onto Van der Vyver. Johan van der Vyver losing out there to the Porsche, and Wouter Roos going along with the ride. The door was opened up by that Porsche, and Wouter Roos said, "I'll take that one, thanks very much." Further back there, you can see the two Opel Corsas having some fun of their own as they're into the big fight out there. One of them is Josh Veyers. The other one, of course, is Charles Veyers. The Veyers boys having some big fights. Philip Mayer now trying to bring along for the ride the People Group Porsche, and on his inside comes Adrian Dalton. Dalton up the hill, side by side with the People Group Porsche, and looking to go on the inside of Wouter Roos. Late braking from Adrian Dalton. How did he make that stick into turn 5? Golf 1 versus Golf 7 GTIs, and the two of them just showing the way around. Wouter had no answer. Dalton was just exceptionally good on the brakes and very late up into turn 5. He now moves himself up into 6th place. Looks like there might have been a little bit of a touch there between 1 and 2. Economides with a bit of damage on the front bonnet. The bonnet clip has come loose there. Must have been with a tag, possibly onto the back end of Louis Scholz. Scholz has got to the front as they come through there to complete lap number 1. Look at the pack starting to heat up in the background. The M-Track Golf coming through there as well of Elton Fuchs. He's dropped back way down compared to where he started out. Ronald van Rensburg also into that little pack as well. Van der Pfeiffer runs wide. Here comes Dalton. Dalton squeezes through on the GT Sports and Saloon machine and makes his way up now, possibly into 4th place overall. There's definitely some bodywork damage on that first Golf 1 of George Economides, the Wealth Avenue car, as it heads up towards turn 5. So first 3 getting away now from 4th place. Adrian Dalton, who's leaving Wouter Roos and Van der Pfeiffer to fight it out. Class A versus the GT class car. And looks like Wouter Roos is enjoying the up-close and personal battle he's having now with Van der Pfeiffer. Dev Law and Fast Developments machine there, fighting the Nathan's Motorsport and Car Care Clinic car of Wouter Roos. The Porsche of Philip Mayer coming along for the ride, looking for a way through as well. Tucked in just behind that, looks like that might be Josh Veyers in the Honda as they come across the line. This is the fight for 4, 5, 6 and 7th place on track. Dalton leads out that pack at the moment. He's in Class A's lead, but 4th overall. The Porsche of Mark du Toit dropped by the wayside ever so slightly. He made a mistake on track somewhere. It was a costly one. It's dropped him out of contention there. Still could possibly get into the GT overall. It's got a bit of work to do to try and come through this big pack of cars. Porsche on the move. Philip Mayer dives on the inside of the Subaru. Van der Pfeiffer doesn't have an answer. Can he do anything about that Porsche heading up the hill? Dev Law, Property Law, and of course Fast Developments on the side of that car doing the prep as they come under braking for turn 5. Philip Mayer's got some great turn of pace here in this Porsche. Mayer in the 924 GT. And that GTR version of the 924s have been a really competitive car in this category. Wouter clipping some curbs coming out of turn 8 with 7 to go. Remember, this is an 8-lap race, and they've completed the first couple of laps. Should be 6 to go there, if I'm not mistaken. No, they've completed 3. I'm quite sure if that board on the sideline is correct, but we'll wait and see. The board on the side of the circuit said 7 to go, and there's only 8 laps in this race according to the program, but maybe that's changed. Maybe they made it into a 10-lapper. We needed to double check my bulletin that was put out there as well earlier on. Bob Neal though in 2nd place with the hard charging Economides on his tail. So it's Type R Honda in 2nd behind the Golf GTI, leading things out with Louis Scholz at the wheel. Did I see Economides slowing up there? Economides has slowed up. Economides has got a problem. The 2nd Golf on track and the 1st Golf 1 has slowed up dramatically, and we've now missing that GTI. So stuck in pit lane is one of our Super Hatch competitors. Also still getting to grips with things there. That's Seta Naidu. But Bob Neal now comfortably in 2nd place. No pressure from behind that was coming from George Economides in the Wealth Avenue and Martini Racing Golf 1. He is gone missing somewhere. I think it's on the exit of turn number 6 or 7. Definitely a problem there for the Golf 1. And look at the gap that they've opened up now over Adrian Dalton, who leads out Class A ahead of Roos and Mayer. First 2 cars up towards turn 5. Second place is the Type R Honda of Bob Neal. Third place, Philip Mayer at the moment in Class A. He's currently down in 5th place overall on track though. Oh, big problem for the 89 car. That BMW's got out of shape there big time. And Jaco Storm has gone storming into the inside of turn 1. We double waved yellows into turn number 1 if they can get it all sorted out. But I can tell you that's going to be easy to do. As they come down towards turn number 8 now, G&H Transport Corner. It's Dalton, Ruiz and Philip Mayer all fighting hard. The On The Track magazine boys have come in to deliver some of the latest wears and tears. Much appreciated, Vaughn Oberdorf. Thank you. That's definitely going to go down well. Nice little read later on. And if you haven't got the latest version of it, have a look around. On The Track or in the house. And of course, they're supporting Clubman's today. So thanks to that, guys. Much appreciated. Oh, man, this is a great little fight here for the lead of Class A. Vota just doesn't seem to have the pace that Dalton's found, though. And let's see whether or not he's got something up his sleeve for later on in this one. As they come flying onto that back straightaway now, and it's Philip Mayer applying the pressure onto the back end of Vota Ruiz. People Group Porsche, prepped by Wright Motorsport. Nathan's Motorsport and Car Care Clinic ahead of that. 8-valve performance and extra shoes and clothing. It's a fight of mics and marks and sponsors out there at this stage. Vota Ruiz doing such a good job there in second place. Yellow flag, safety car. Safety car, I think that's because of the BMW and where it's stuck. Yeah, Pretoria no Toyota 86 has been deployed. And the reason being is that BMW is in very, very dangerous area there. Out of the exit of turn 1. So it'll be now Louis Scholz to file in between himself and the safety car and Delmon Mining's Bob Neal. What's going to happen? Oh, red flag. Oh, that's a big pity. How many have we completed? 5. 5 of 8. That's according to the lap that I've got, Paul. That should be enough. 5 out of 8 should be enough if the red flag has come out. Yeah, so maybe it might not be enough. We may have to go out for a quick little sprint session. There you can see the damage to the tyre barrier. Medical team, Don and Hanley, will be first to the scene to ensure that the driver's okay. Didn't look like there was a problem with the driver. I think Jaco Storm was okay. Well, that was a big one. Inside of turn 1 is always pretty hectic because you're coming out of turn 1 in what would have been, what is he, a Class X competitive BMW. And if I'm not mistaken, it was either a 328 or a 3... Yeah, that's an M3. And it's unfortunately ended up on the inside of turn number 1. There you can see Hanley and Doc just checking out the driver, making sure that Jaco's okay. And cars have stopped on the grid. So there's possibility we're going to have 62% of the race has been completed, so that's not enough to declare the race completed. Now, will they move those first 3 cars and tell them to go around to take up their positions at the back of the grid so that the rest of the cars can take up their original grid positions? Well, it won't be the original grid positions, it'll be the way that they've ended up right now. So Scholz and Neal will be the front row. Dalton, Ruiz will be the second. Mayer and Fuchs will be the third. Van der Pfeiffer and Peck. Okay, so that board on the side said it was 6 laps to go, so maybe they did change that. 6 laps completed now for our competitors. So 6 of 8 is enough. That's 3/4 of the race done. Yeah. Well, we'll wait and see. Unfortunately, we don't have communication with our race control, and it'll be up to race control to decide whether or not that they've done enough, or will they need to go and complete the last 2. It'll probably be either 3 or 2 laps that they'll have to go with if that is the case. But we'll keep an eye on that and let you know as soon as we know. So Louis Scholz was leading things comfortably for Car Care Clinic in his Golf GTI. The Honda Type R was in second with Bob Neal at the wheel and Delmon Mining on the side of it. Great to see spectators back at Motorsport. Really so nice to see, and hopefully all those spectators have also got some form of smart devices with them and are watching our live stream as well as the live action. And see, that man is definitely doing that. Give us a wave there under the Daniel 44 Brindley Brothers Racing machine. There you go. There, we can see you, buddy. I hope you were watching us on the live stream as well. I saw you looking down at your phone. If you are, thumbs up. Yeah, well done. That's the idea. You know, there's Leon Oendal's friends, the Mana Opivala. Zoc Club, how are you doing? Are you guys all good? Hello, I'm Jacques van der Merwe. Are you well? Can see you up there on the Zoc Club. I hope you're enjoying it, buddy. Give us a wave there, you Alfa Romeo fanatic. Pity there's no Alphas racing today, hey? There's an Alfa Romeo racing tomorrow night, though, and that race is going ahead. I just got confirmation from Formula One and FIA that all the trouble in Saudi Arabia is not going to stop the Formula One Grand Prix from happening. So if you are an F1 fan, you're probably going to be watching that later on this evening. Great to see Bry's and families and spectators back at sport. So, yeah, I like mine done medium rare, please, sir. Can bring it across a bit later on, eh? Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you. Dave says, can you have a Coke/Castle Light maybe later on as well, if you've got one flowing there. Looks like those are flowing relatively well on that back straight. That's Leon Oendal's back straight, of course. Die manne en vrouwen mense op die walle. Hoe gaan het daar so met julle? There you go. We've got some people up on the grandstands as well. Some families on the grandstands. That's always good to see. Give us a wave if you're up on the grandstands. We can see you. You're live on our Facebook and YouTube stream. The lady in pink and the big man in the middle with a white T-shirt and looks like some kind of scrambler on his T-shirt as well. Hope you're enjoying all the action, big guy. Maybe their speakers aren't working down there. All right. Going to lead through, and cars are going to fall by the wayside here, dropping through and allowing our leaders to come to the front. Oh, looks like they might be pulling them in. So I think they've decided to call this one, which means we're going to have a little bit of extra time with our lunch break to get things all sorted out of turn one. Looks like problems there as well for the 36 car. We did see that car in pit lane. And the 36 car now, of course, piloted by a new man to Super Hatch and to 111 Sports and Saloons, Seton Naidu, having a bit of a baptism of fire. But that means our 111 Sports and Saloons and GT Sports and Saloons comes to a slightly quicker close than what we expected. 6 of 8 laps completed. Louis Scholz takes the victory in the GT class ahead of Bob Neal. There's Mark du Toit, Dave Peterson, in the Porsche Boxster, having to push the Porsche off and into pit lane. He may have run out of some petrol coupons or something. Petrol's expensive these days, eh? You've got to be so tight on your budget when you're running petrol. The safety car's at the front of this pack, so I think they're going for a race start here, gentlemen. I don't think we're going to be pushing cars off the circuit and stopping the race. We might be going for a 2-lap sprint here. Let's wait and see. Let's see what happens if they get down to pit lane and peel into the pit lane, or do they go for a start? There are cars still there. I think now they're going to be going to pit lane. There's too many people that are standing around and talking without getting out of the way quickly enough for a race start to be happening. So it looks like they're going to be rolling into pit lane. Yes. And that is race 1 officially over for Car Care Clinics, 111s and the GT Sports and Saloons. They'll be back later on in the day. Our second race of the day should be at about 4:30 this afternoon, pending no more big action on track, but we have had some great action so far. And now as they reel into pit lane, we go to a short circuit cleanup break, which of course will allow those guys to get that car out of harm's way and the circuit cleaned up before we get into part 2 of our day, starting things out with the Car Care Clinic Super Hatch category. We'll be back shortly.
gerne vil Formula V-stå i normally as we want to do it. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. It was the cool down there. Yeah, but they almost killed each other before. Because the white red and blue car went off here. Did you have it? Yeah, so they will show it.
It was live and they're going to show it. So,
What did they show afterwards?
on TV, on well, that was the red flag that's
Mike, can you camera
Car Care Clinic is a nationwide auto service and repair centre. Our fully trained and qualified technicians are standing by to care for your car. For personal attention and integrity, Car Care Clinic is first choice every time. Fast and efficient service is our personal guarantee. Car Care Clinic is not just your #1 service centre, we are #1 on the racetrack as well. Car Care Clinic franchises are available nationwide. Car Care Clinic, we love cars. Welcome back to action here from Swartkops, the arena of motorsport. And it's second half of the day about to kick off. Starting with the Car Care Clinic Super Hatch. And remember with this one, it's an inverted grid from the results of race number 1. Thanks for being patient in the lunch break there. Had a couple of cars that had to be removed from the circuit and brought back into the pit lane to get them hopefully sorted out for race 2 of each of their competitive categories. Francois Henning will be on pole position ahead of Louis Scholz with the inverted grid now for Car Care Clinic Super Hatch. Danhauser and DeToy, Stoltz, and then it's set and Naidu if he was able to get his car sorted out again and get back on track. Vessel Smith, and I'm not sure if Diren Gunnison was able to get back on track. He had some problems in that Motul Torch and Cent Parts Honda Civic. He is back on there, just on the left-hand side of that front shot, and we're about to go into the start procedures with 5-second board for race 2 of Car Care Clinic Super Hatch. Ishmael Beloy and Christian van Wyk will make up the front row of Class B. Class C's is Jean van der Walt and Kenneth Eller as they head down towards turn 1. Oh, problems on the sideline. Donovan LaRue having to pull to the sideline. LaRue with some problems there and having to pull out of harm's way as he just got in the mix there with the incredible field of Super Hatch coming down here. Nice to see a big field of Super Hatch competitors back at the front end of the proceedings here. And of course starting the second half of the day's racing. As we get into the thick of it, you can see Louis Scholz around the outside taking the lead on Henning. Andre Danhauser coming along for the ride and bringing Jonathan DeToy along for the ride as well. Stoltz is right there too, race 1 winner in the Pretoria Toyota Etios. On his outside is DeToy. Here comes Nick Martin. Martin looks like he's already moved up into potentially second place. Oh, Ishmael Beloy off track. Beloy getting run wide out of turn number 2 by the looks of things. Gets back on track in the second of the Trans Africa Racing Honda Civics. That is the first one we speak about right now. The 33 car there of Jonathan DeToy being forced ever so slightly wide by Carl Stoltz. Stoltz on his inside and, oh, both of them on the inside of Henning. Henning with some problems, missing a gear or something coming out of turn number 5. And he's allowed both the Toyota Etios and the Honda to get through. Louis Scholz leads out ahead of Danhauser. DeToy's into third. Stoltz is alongside him. So it's Carl Stoltz. Oh, and big braking coming out of the final corner. It looks like a safety car has been deployed. There must be an issue bigger than what we saw with Ishmael Beloy. It's Donovan LaRue on the inside, but also down at turn 2. Ishmael Beloy was off track. Have to keep an eye and see exactly what the issue is. I think it might just be Donovan LaRue's car that they couldn't get it back in the pit lane. But once again, some duties and some work to be done now by our safety car driver in that Pretoria North Toyota 86. So Louis Scholz leads things out in the Car Care Clinic Honda. Pro Auto Rubber Opel Corsa of Andre Danhauser behind him. Then it's marked Jonathan DeToy, I beg your pardon. in the Trans-Africa Racing Honda Civic. A pack of cars coming through there as well. Jonathan du Toit changing colours this time out. I think he's actually bought Brett Garland's car. Yeah, he bought Brett Garland's car. It's all in white livery. He hasn't had a chance to respray it in his original colours, which are just behind there actually, in the hands of Darren Gunnison. That's the old du Toit Honda Civic, red with silver bumpers. And he's just ahead there of Henning, who started on the front row in pole position and has dropped to the back of Class A with a bit of issues there on that last lap. So some work to be done there for him. Class C winner there from the first race, Francis Aldrich, as Donovan LaRue gets helped out of the dangerous position he'd parked in. Just moves him into the middle of the circuit. Should be enough to hopefully go to race start now, as they come out of turn 5 past the AMG Driving Academy, past Zoc. Everybody up there at Zoc, hopefully enjoying the day's racing so far. And of course, big welcome to everybody who's joined us now after our lunch break in Gauteng, South Africa, just west of Pretoria. Looking forward to action now as the safety car moves into pit lane. It's up to Louis Scholz now to dictate the pace as they cross the line. Andre Danhauser will be going with him. Danhauser's going to have du Toit right on his tail. Du Toit's going to have Stoltz on his. Across the line and back into race action we go. Only lost one lap there to safety car, but shouldn't be too much of a hindrance to the race action that we'll see out of this. Into turn 1 they go, and this is the battle now for Class B's lead and Class A's last car on track. Henning being hounded here by the Class B leader, Nick Martin. Peugeot 207, Rex Diffin gearbox and Total colours, going around the outside there of Henning. And his Moreletta Park Volkswagen Polo has dropped out of contention for a possible win. Here comes Mel Spur, diving on the inside of the Angel Feeds car, Wessel Smit. Car Care Clinic's Mel Spur now diving through and moving up into what is 6th place, 7th place overall. But 2nd place in Class B. First 4, followed by 5th place, Gunnison. 6th place, it's Nick Martin. Henning in 7 and 8 is Mel Spur, so one difference there. Forgot to bring in Henning into the equation there, but he's of course just ahead of Mel Spur. Danhauser looking to go on the attack now to Louis Scholz. Great fight here for the first 4 cars on track. As they cross the line, another lap completed there for them. Late braking from a couple of cars in the background as well, as Ishmael Beloy's trying to make up some ground after going off track earlier on. He's been able to get onto the back end of Class C with the concertina effect after the safety car. And the slightly quicker Class B car should be able to get through the Class C competitors relatively easily. Ish has had a lot of time around the circuit and definitely knows what to do to get a car from Trans-Africa Racing around this track. Fighting there at the moment with the second of the Ford Fiestas, that's Jean van der Walt. Up to the top of the hill, defensive driving from du Toit to keep out Stoltz. That's allowing a little bit of breathing room there for Andre Danhauser. Du Toit fending off the attack from the man who took the win in race number 1. Beg your pardon. Now as they go into Kenwood Corner, flick it left into turn 7 and down the hill towards G&H Transport Corner. Watch for an overtaking manoeuvre here, possibly coming from Stoltz. He's got good drive. Has he got enough to go on the brakes? No, he's not close enough to get through there on the brakes into turn 8. Out of turn 8 they go, and now into turn 1. Another lap completed. Scholz from Danhauser. Mel Spur's now got ahead of Henning. She sets her sights up the road on Nick Martin. Henning comes back at her into turn 2, just not close enough though. Gives him a little bit of room to play, but there's not a lot of room there between the two of them. Relatively evenly matched polos there going at it. Look at this, 3x3 into turn 4. That's Gunnison just staying just ever so slightly ahead there of Nick Martin. Nick Martin, of course, looking for honours in Class B. with Malspur in second in Class B. So first and second overall up for grabs for those two. Back up to the top of the hill and under braking. Henning was good, but Malspur was better this time. Turn 2, he seemed to have a little bit of a go there, but had the door firmly shut on him. Mal hangs on for now. Scholz hangs on as well, so it's battles at the front of Class A and second place in Class B. 4 cars in it, and any one of those 4 can take a victory, there's no doubt. About 3 laps to go for these guys and girls. Scholz, going very defensive there to keep out Danhauser. Danhauser got compromised slightly, and Jonathan DeToy's line around the outside could be better. They are wing mirror to wing mirror onto the back straightaway. Opel Corsa versus Honda Civic. Pro Auto Rubber versus the Trans Africa Racing car. So it's PAR versus TAR as they go up the hill. Stoltz waiting to pounce. Stoltz this time on the inside of DeToy. DeToy might not be good enough to keep him out. Let's see what he's good enough on the brakes. DeToy's late on the brakes. Stoltz is even later. Oh, they are just door to door coming out of turn 5 and going into turn 6. Stoltz runs a little bit wide. DeToy might not have enough room there. He may have to give it up. He doesn't. He stays in it, puts his nose in the inside there. Yeah, they come back down the hill towards turn 8. Louis Scholz hangs on for the lead, but it's the battle for third place that is just heating up here dramatically. Oh, and running wide, the Toyota Etios of Carl Stoltz. Race 1 winner onto the dirty stuff. That's going to compromise it big time. He's lost about 4 car lengths there. Danhauser looking for the victory. DeToy now can concentrate on hunting him down. Doesn't have to worry too much about Carl Stoltz now on his tail. Fight's on, that's for sure, between these 3. Stoltz still in with a chance though. Let's see how he goes now in the closing stages. Coming up on the back markers. So across the line, and Kenneth Eller getting out of the way there. Battle scars on the front end of... Oh, can you believe that? That's not the way you want to be going into a race, that is for sure. Or ending one. 132 car there, unfortunately, with some big problems. Do some work now. Let's see what happens as they get to the top of the hill now with Malspur. She's been re-overtaken there by Henning. Back to the leaders, though, as they come out of turn 6. Is there going to be a change up? Change up with the leaders. Danhauser's at the front, and it is Louis Scholz in second. Scholz now goes defensive on DeToy. Danhauser hoping that there's going to be a possibility of them just hanging on with 1 lap to go. I don't know if it's 1 or 2 there. I just saw possibly 1 to go there, but we'll get confirmation of that, of course. Don't know how, because the timing monitor's a little bit on the blink. But here we go, down towards turn 2 again. Louis Scholz on the brakes, trying to get on the inside of DeToy. DeToy's got through to second. Scholz is down to third, into the clutches of Stoltz. So it's Louis Scholz versus Carl Stoltz as they come side by side onto the back straight. Here we go, onto the braking markers. Are we going to see the Honda up the inside of that Toyota Etios? We are. Louis Scholz hangs onto that inside line. Carl Stoltz around the outside, trying to find grip where there's none. Not a lot of grip out there, that's for sure. But he's got slightly better drive up the hill. Is that enough to keep out Louis Scholz? He comes across on Scholz. Just putting a wheel over that white dotted line, and yes, gets through to third place eventually. Oh, his Dunlops are being pushed hard here, big time. Now, could this possibly be the checkered flag, or are we going to get 1 more? Didn't quite see if it was 1 or 2 there on the board as they cross the line. If it is 1, Danhauser's got another bit of work to do. If it isn't, and the flag is waiting, which it is, Danhauser takes the second win of the season. Arne Danhauser for Pro Auto Rubber in the Opel Corsa. He's going to be an ecstatic man about that. He comes through just ahead of... change up for Class B as well. Malspur's hit the front. She's got ahead of Nick Martin and takes the win. Didn't see that coming. But Malspur was just ticking them off 1 by 1. There must have been a mistake somewhere out on track, but what a drive there from Malspur to win things out over Nick Martin for Class B. Watching in the background now for Class C. Class C should be Francis Aldrich once again in the Opel Corsa. Just having a look in the background, or is it going to be... I think coming across the line there. I think he was already through, yeah. So he's got to still complete his lap there. But what a result there for Andre Danhauser. Danhauser takes the victory. Good drive from all 4 drivers at the front end of Class A, putting on a spectacular show, as always, in Super Hatch, in the Car Care Clinic Super Hatch category. Wraps up their day here at round 1 of 2022's Extreme Festival with a win to Danhauser. Jonathan Dutoy right behind him, and Louis Scholz managed to keep Carl Stoltz out in the closing stage. Mal Spur beating out second place Nick Martin for Class B, and yes, Francis Aldrich taking the win in Class C, I think just ahead of Tony Himes, and then it was Freddie Watkins. Problems as we saw in the start there, unfortunately for Donovan LaRue. He would have been involved in that battle, I'm sure. But we look forward to more of the same at the next round of the regionals. Up next, of course, we're going into Lotus Challenge. Then we have DOE Formula V's, Class A and C of Paybar Volkswagen Challenge, followed by Class B's, and then our Triple Ones and GT Sports and Saloons will be back out for the last race of our coverage. We'll be back shortly. It's certainly. Welcome back to action now from Lotus Challenge Heat number 2 here at the Extreme Festival's Regional Round 1. We're at Swartkops International Raceway, just west of Pretoria. And we're in Gauteng, South Africa. If you've joined us from all around the world, a big welcome to you on our live stream. And everybody out in the stands, hope you enjoyed all the race action we've seen here today so far. Jeff Kruger took the first victory ahead of Thomas Falconer. They will line up in reverse order of that finishing order in race number 2, with Falconer on pole and Kruger in second. Mackie Adlam, David Jeremy, JP Nokia and David Kutsia make up the first 3 rows of this grid for the Lotus Challenge. Behind them will be Rudy Barnard and John Kruger. Look out for Sean Hewitt and Clive Wilmot having a big battle. Another battle to watch out for will be Brett van Rensburg, Gavin Ritchie, Tinus Buertes and Karel Skarp. Those 4 had a phenomenal battle in race number 1, and I'm sure we'll look to resume the same here in race 2. Hepburn looking for a double victory, hopefully in Class L, ahead of Hodgson, Duplessis and Gijs van der Walt. If van der Walt was able to get his car fixed. He was the reason we had to go to safety car in race number 1 due to the JPS coloured machine of Gijs van der Walt having some problems and crashing into the side of Sean Hepburn, fighting for the lead. And Van der Walt unfortunately broke the radiator and dropped all the fluid out of that radiator onto the circuit. Under starters orders now for race 2. Lotus Challenge about to go at it yet again. It's going to be a case of Jeff Kruger getting off the line. He gets off nicely, but it is Thomas Falconer who gets a slightly better drive into turn number 1. Great dicing there between Jeremy and Mackie Adlam. Mid-pack, as I said, watch out for the 51 machine. Coming through there of Tinus Buertes, trying to lead out that pack of cars he was in front of in race number 1. And he's fighting with Van Rensburg, Ritchie and Skarp. And here we go around the outside of turn number 3. That is inside line for JP Nokia. First time out for him in Lotus Challenge. He had a great run in the first one, but he's side by side now with fellow V8 supercar drivers. And 3x3 into turn 4 usually ends up in tears. Very lucky there for JP. I think he might have just slotted between both Mackie Adlam and Rudy Barnard. L25, he's in the mid-pack there, and a good start once again there from Andre Duplessis. But out front, Jeff Kruger's at the front again and does exactly what he did in race number 1 to Thomas Falconer. Drives around the outside of turn 5, finds grip out there, only that he can find, and moves himself up into what is now the lead of the race. He's ahead there of Jeff Kruger, well, Kruger ahead now, I should say, of Falconer. Falconer coming back at him. Oh, big move there from Falconer for the lead. Falconer going into turn number 8, looking for an opportunity to get through, and he's on side by side with Jeff Kruger. Kruger having to go defensive there, and Falconer went very late on the brakes, locked up into turn 8, and eventually had to get side by side with Jeff Kruger. It got real, that is for sure. 56, Etienne Stratham now trying to close things down, as you can see, but battles continuing right through this field. Late braking from the L16 car of Nick Hodgson. Fight for the lead of Class L is up for grabs as well. Hepburn's in it as he's just tucked in behind. 4 cars fighting for the lead of Class L. 3 for the lead of Class B as they go through turn 4. There they come. 56 Stratham. Leader in Class B is the 10 car. No, it's not. 10 cars, Brett van Rensburg. Looking for Class L's leader. That should be Hodgson or Duplessis. Hepburn's there, but I don't think he's leading just yet. First 3 starting to pull a little bit of margin over JP Nokia. Mackie Adlam now on the back end of Thomas Falconer as they go at it now for the lead of the race overall. Kruger looking for 2 wins out of 2 starts. JP Nokia just ahead now of Barnard. In fact, it's David Kutsia. Kutsia's ahead of Barnard as well. David Kutsia snuck through there and got ahead of Rudy Barnard. He's looking for a way through. Behind that, they line up. Kruger just behind Sean Hewitt. Stratham just ahead now of the 10 car. And Brett van Rensburg's got no answer at this stage. JP taking a good line out of turn 2. Rudy Barnard with a slightly better line as well. Defensive line coming out of David Kutsia to keep Barnard out. Defensive line out of Kruger as well as they go towards turn 4. Watch for the drive though. As he gets out of turn 4, has it compromised him? Yes, it has, ever so slightly, going that defensive line. Here comes Falconer for a chance to go at it. The left-hand side, Falconer trying to find a way through there on Kruger. Kruger goes later on the brakes into turn 5 and just keeps Falconer out. Mackie Adlam waiting to pick up the pieces. Barnard's through on David Kutsia. 77 Jean de Toy starting to get into the mix for the front of Class L now as well. There's 4 cars going at it for the win and possibly lead of Class L. Ben Knight's in there too. 93 is Knights. On his tail, you can see they're having to fend off all of the usual contenders in Class L. This stage looks like it's Hodgson who leads things out. Hodgson, the man possibly beat in this one. Ahead of Hepburn and Young. Andre Duplessis, remember Ian Young in there as well. It's not part of the Class L competitors. Slightly so. Ooh, problems there. It looks like also some damage to the wheel arch. That little wheel cover on the front right of Sean Hepburn's car's come loose and it's starting to flap. Might be used as a bit of an air brake. Kruger goes defensive up into turn 5 again to keep Falconer out. Tommy Falconer looking to come back at him. Watch the slightly different line and the cutback. Couldn't quite make it stick there, but he had to go defensive on Mackie Adlam. That's why he didn't have a chance to go at it. He saw Adlam coming and had to change his mind about his move. Now heading back towards G&H Transport Corner again. Another lap completed in this one. It's a 10-lapper. And I think we may have just reached the halfway stage. Adlam just behind Falconer and right up close and personal now, looking to try and maybe find a way past there on Tommy Falconer. Ooh, that was close. Nearly a touch between Adlam and Falconer. Mackie Adlam is so good at the wheel of a race car though. 6-time V8 Supercar champion. He's got a 5-time Lotus champion up the road from him. And the rest of the pack continue to fight it out hard. 46 is Davide Favo. Getting some really great seat time here and practice for GDC Super Cup in about a month's time. National Championship Extreme Festival makes its way here to the arena circuit of Swartkops on the 23rd of April. And David Favo will be at the wheel of one of the GDC Super Cup polos. Look at how they're just going left and right, trying to find a way through here to take the lead and possible win in Class L. 52's in there as well. Great driving from Andrew Fulton. Much better drive this time from him. 3x3 to the top of the hill. Ben Knights is the middle car. Outside car is Fulton. And they're right on the tailpiece there of Davide Favo. Super stuff as well, just in the background there. Just watching Jean de Toy come through there too. Let's see what's going to happen between these 7 cars for Class L honours. Taster Cock, much better run from him in the golf racing machine. His golf racing colours synonymous with any form of motorsport. '57 Sean Hepburn hit the front now of Class L. So a bit of a change up there for the lead. No change for the lead in Class B as Kruger hangs on ahead of Falconer. Goes defensive, puts the car in the middle of the track, will not give any room there to Thomas Falconer or Mackie Adlam, giving them either one a chance. Says 4 to go on the timing board on the side of the circuit. And that's right on our timing monitor as well. 6 laps completed, 4 still to go for these 3. 4 laps of race action in Lotus Challenge can get pretty heated, particularly when cars are so evenly matched and so closely fighting. Second group of Class L making its way down the hill now. Led out by the 93 car of Ben Knights. This is the second pack of Class L heading towards turn 1. Leaders in Class L are just up the road and headed up by Sean Hepburn. But what a fight between these guys. This is 5th, 6th and 7th place in Class L. And they really are putting on a fantastic show here for the crowds at Swartkops. And hopefully all of you are enjoying this as well from wherever you are around the country. I see Springs has just joined us as well. Peter Labuskakny jumping into the house. Here we go, back onto that back straight away again. Lotus Challenge living up to its mark and the history behind the mark, as well as the amount of action that mark has given in the past. Nice fight here. Scarp and Van Rensburg again going at it. Just resuming the battle they had in race number 1. And Tinus Boertus in there as well. So nothing in it between these three. Just behind them though, we'll keep an eye out because that is the second pack and the first pack of Class L. So the cars just behind this group is the Class L leaders. And you can see that orange and grey car of Sean Hepburn leading things out. Hodgson behind him, and then there's a bit of a gap down to Ben Knights. Here they come. There we go, Class L leaders into turn 2. Hepburn. The 16 car on his tail is Hodgson. Fantastic bit of driving here from these two. And fighting with is one of the Class B competitors who might be just coming back into the thick of it there. Or just dropping by the wayside. Yeah, looks like problems there, unfortunately, for one of those Class B competitors. Ian Young, I think, is at the wheel of that car. Now we go back to the leaders into turn 2. Kruger from Falconer. He's got Adlam still right there with him. Jeff Kruger is controlling things from the front of this field, though, that is for sure. I said Springs is in the house, and of course you can't always throw a comment out like that, because Mark Friedman will tell you that Primrose are here too. How you doing, Mark Friedman? Hope you're enjoying the action so far, buddy. We certainly are. And so is everybody here at the circuit. Up the hill towards turn 5. Past his stable of Universal Motorsport goes the leader, Jeff Kruger. Back to this battle for Class L and B's, all in the mix. And they have not given this up just yet, have they? Ben Knights pushing hard. He stays ahead there of Jean de Toy. On de Toy's tail is Fabio. Then you've got Ian Young's dropped by the wayside there, but Fabio's got Andrew Fulton and Andre Duplessis for company. Great battle here. Ben Knights has pulled away ever so slightly. Jean de Toy now keeping everybody else at bay. Let's see what Knights can do to see if he can just keep that margin open for the next couple of laps. Duplessis late on the brakes and dives on the inside. He must have made a mistake somewhere on track. He's not usually this far down in Class L. John Kruger, there's a shot of him as well. Jeff's dad. Just behind, I think that was 66, Sean Hewitt. That was for 6th and 7th on track. Back to the front. That is the lead car of Jeff Kruger now. Coming into the closing stages. They're on their final lap and about 3 corners to go now for Jeff Kruger. Falconer behind him. He's going to have to settle for 2nd place. It's 2 seconds for Falconer. It's going to be 2 wins, and what a way to open up his account. Looking for his 6th Lotus Challenge Championship. It's Universal Motorsport and the Design Hut who take the victory with Jeff Kruger behind the wheel. Falconer gets 2nd, and this time it's Adlam on the podium with them. Hewitt's going to hang on here for what is going to be 7th place on track, just ahead of John Kruger. And behind John Kruger comes Clive Wilmot. Just in the background, you'll look out for that Silver Dream race of Etienne Strader. Back to this battle between Ben Knights. So this is the 2nd pack of Class L. The leaders are just up the road from this. Ben Knights leading things out over Jean de Toy. Great fight here between them. Heading into the final stages. Here they come. Just behind the 10 car. That is the next car along. Here they come. Class L. Sean Hepburn and Hodgson to the line. Hepburn with a double victory as well. So it's 2 out of 2 for the top 2 today. 1 for 1 for Hepburn, 1 for 1 for Kruger. And here they come, the final pack, as Duplessis goes around the outside into turn 8. And the flag comes out for that 2nd pack of very, very talented Lotus 7 drivers. Lotus Challenge done and dusted for the day, ladies and gents. Hope you enjoyed that one. And to wrap it up, it's Jeff Kruger who takes the victory. He also takes a double on the day to win things out over Thomas Falconer. Mackie Adlam also coming through to finish up there. Nicely done in 3rd place. And then in Class L, Sean Hepburn wins out over Hodgson and Ben Knights for the top 3 in Class B. Massive thanks once again to our partners there, Link Online, for all of our assistance today with the live stream, and we certainly hope you've enjoyed it all the way around the world from Zwartkops. We'll be back shortly with more action as we now move on to the DOE Formula V's Race 2. Back to race action now for Formula V's second heat of the day. DOE Quality Parts Start My Car first race and Bridgestone tyres, along with Techno SA, bringing you all this action from our Formula V category, the only single-seater category here today. Expecting some big race action from them, as we saw in race number 1. Race 1 was won out by Gert van den Berg, although we didn't see him on the timing monitor until right at the end of the race. Beat out Lendl Janssen and Lushan Ramchanda for the first 3 positions across the line, and the reigning champion has opened up his account to potentially make the 57th year of Formula V racing all his again. Another number 1 plate he'll be looking for, but there's a lot of contenders who want that number 1 plate and are looking to take it away from him. Arguably the most aggressive of those competitors would be the 91 car of Lendl Janssen. 2 rookie drivers this year, Helder Gavaya And Cyril Somerville joined the Formula V family, and taking on, of course, very established racing championship, one of the longest standing single-seater championships in the world as well as in the country. So fantastic to have them all here as part of our regional round 1 Extreme Festival action here from Swartkops. Great to have spectators back as well, as I said, but also fantastic to see that you guys are still sticking with us and enjoying all of our live stream action courtesy of Two Wheels TV and Up to 60 Seconds. We're live on Facebook, we are live on YouTube, so if you can't pick up on Facebook, we do have a link on YouTube as well that you can pass on to your friends and family who may not have Facebook, but hopefully they've all got that and you've all seen the action we've brought to you so far today. Paul and Belinda Groenewald watching from home today. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying all the action. The most important thing is that you're watching. We've even got guys that are sitting here at the circuit on the grandstands that are watching on their smart devices, getting all the race action, getting the other information that's not passed on, as well as some of the replays that we're able to give you here on our live stream feed. With 30 seconds to go, we're going racing once again with Formula V's. Here we go. Oh, a jump start! A massive jump start there from Gert van den Berg. And I think that could be very costly. No, Lendl Janssen, I beg your pardon. Lendl Janssen was the man who had the jump start there big time. That's going to be a 30-second penalty. He's going to have to get up and go and try and disappear at the front end if he can. That's not easy to do when you're in the company of Formula V. These guys certainly hold nothing back, and it's we always call the four-wheeled version of superbike racing. If these guys had 600cc engines, they would possibly be exactly what 600cc competitors do. 33 with his hands up there. Problems there for Hills. And looks like a bit of an issue right from the start there from the 33 car. Not what he wanted, that is for sure. So Brandon Hills putting his hand up and putting out, getting down the back straight away and allowing everybody else to get through there. Clinton Kane at the back. Lead of the race is up for grabs. But it's not for these two. These two are fighting for second. Greg Mills up to second place now, ahead of Ramchundra. Ramchundra ahead of the Bull security car of Lendl Janssen. So that's how things start out here with Gert van den Berg getting gifted an opportunity to get off the line. It's Lendl Janssen who made the mistake off the line. I don't know if we get a replay of that, Paul, if we can, but have a look at this. Oh, Ramchundra onto the grass. Lucian Ramchundra running wide. Those Bridgestone tyres don't like the dirty stuff. He gets back on track, but he's overtaken by Sean van der Linde and put under pressure almost instantaneously as they come across the line there for the first time in race anger. That's definitely not the way that Lucian Ramchundra wanted to come out of turn 8. At the top of the hill, two cars have come together. 112 and 75. Oh man, 75 is Kyle Watt. 112 is Marcel Blichnout. And those two are now stuck in kitty litter at the top of the hill. Watch out for double yellow flags at the top of the hill. It's teammates 1 and 2 and formation flying there for DOE and Start My Car team, with Gert van den Berg and Greg Wilson controlling things from the front of this race. As they go to the top of the hill, you'll see double yellow flags into, well, it's only single yellow there. It should have been doubles with the two cars in the, there we go, safety car. That's why. You had to put the one yellow flag down there to pick up the safety car board. Safety car has been deployed, and once again, Toyota, the Toyota 86 from Pretoria North Toyota will have to come out to do some duties. There it comes onto the track, and it'll give Gert van den Berg a chance to follow up behind them. Goeiemorgen has just joined us as well. Have a look at this jump start on the start though. Left-hand side of the grid. And getting off the line rapidly before the lights even went on. He went as the lights went on, as opposed to going when the lights go off. So that was a big mistake there. And you can see him tapping the helmet going, what are you doing? What are you doing, Lendl Janssen? Yeah, 30-second penalty coming his way for that jump start. So he's literally got to get to the front of the field if he can and get up the road as far as possible. But that's not happening right now. Right now he's in third place behind the two teammates, Wilson and Van den Berg. See leaping from side to side, trying to keep those Bridgestone tyres relatively warm. Track conditions are still pretty good at the moment. A new surface put down here in the off-season, and a couple of superbike races and other categories have raced here already, including the Passion for Speed Festival. And a lot of the guys are saying how good this new surface is, so hats off to Swartkops for the job that they've done. Ensure that we've got a nice deck to play on for 2022. Back of the field there for Mangaza Racing. Brandon Hills didn't have what he wanted go his way. Something went wrong. He put his hand up coming out of turn 2 and then let the entire field go past him. So there's definitely some work to be done there for Brandon Hills to try and make his way back to the front where he was earlier on today. Vaughan Hills looks across, so does Peter. Look to see where their good friends are out of harm's way and hopefully not injured. Lucian Ramchanda behind them. Still got lights on the Toyota. This is the reason. There are two cars that are stricken in the kiddie litter. Carl Watts, the first one to removed out of danger. Just waiting for the 1-1-2 there, Marcel Bluchnote, to be helped on his way as well. So Watts going to be towed down by the Toyota Condor. See a lot of those around anymore. That one, of course, has always been there at turn 4 to assist with anything that happens out on track. Chanda in the Liqui Moly car. He would love to take the championship in 2022. Sean van der Linde is behind him. The support online there for him. Lots of support coming from the east of Johannesburg. This time our timing monitors are picking that up. They weren't in race number 1. Vaughan Hills, Peter Hills, Lucian Ramchanda, Sean van der Linde, Henk van den Berg, Michael Koenig just behind them, also in single digits there, in the Tasman. Slightly older version of a Formula V, but Koenig behind the wheel, definitely showing that that car's still got a good turn of pace. Looks like things starting to get a little bit more frantic at the front there. I wonder if the lights are out on that 86 just yet. If they are, a couple of cars that should be a bit closer to the back end of Lucian Ramchanda for the restart, if that's the case. Lights are out, yeah. The first 6 cars have left the second 6 behind them ever so slightly. Look at the gap there between Sean van der Linde. Van der Linde should close that up. Yeah, under starter's orders now. He's got to definitely try and close things up there on the back end of Lucian Ramchanda and Gert van der Berg. He's going to try and get away off the line and get away from everybody else. ...12-lap race, and we have completed 4 of them, so 8 to go. Now towards turn 2 they go. 53 starting to close in on Koenig. That is Roy Douglas. Douglas wants to get past there on Michael Koenig. Just get himself into single digits. He's in the 10th spot at the moment, on the bubble between the single and double digits in terms of finishes. Here he comes alongside. Douglas on the inside of turn 4. Koenig shuts the door. Not a room there for them to play, but Koenig definitely looking to try and maintain that single-digit finish if he can. Good driving there from Mike as he comes across. Defensive and into turn 5 with Douglas on his tail. No change at this stage. Looks like lining up just behind them is Yanni Geyser. Geyser just behind that. So as the rest of the field go into turn 5 and 6, the leaders are coming across the line and complete another one. 7 to go. Van den Berg from Wilson. Wilson from Lionel Janssen. Janssen pushing hard there just ahead of Vaughan Hills and Peter Hills. Lucian Ramchanda behind them. Ramchanda looks to close the gap down on Peter Hills, who just maintains a good line through turn 2. Not giving any chance for the man behind him to pounce. That's outstands. Van der Berg from Wilson. Janssen, Hills, and Ramchanda. That's the first 6. Waiting for that 7th car, Sean van der Linde. And Henk van der Berg in the 30 machine behind him. We go to the top of the hill. It's Michael Koenig will be just behind those two. Back to the lead. Good little fight on here between these two. Really, really top quality action as always in Formula V. We're on a great show. Down into the brakes and into turn 8 they go again, completing another one. Halfway stage reached, 6 to go. Things are probably going to start to heat up from now. Grid phones, if they've been preserved enough, should start to come into their own. And if they do, Lennell Janssen is looking to use them to maximum advantage. Into that back straight away. Looks like Janssen is definitely closing on the back end there of Wilson. He's a lot closer than what he has been. Into turn 5. There's a chance here. Not quite close enough, but he's just showing the wheel to Greg Wilson. And Lennell Janssen, the man who was on pole after qualifying, will fight on a 109.5. Definitely knows what to do here to put the pressure on to Greg Wilson. But Wilson has been in this situation on numerous occasions and certainly knows how to soak up pressure from a hard charger from behind. 5 laps to go. Volkswagen Silver Oaks and all security car of Lennell Janssen looking to pounce. Ramchanda now between the two hills. Peter at the back, Vaughan in front. Maybe he gets Vaughan to get a little bit of a hurry up. If he does, maybe get that gap closed down by the end of this race. Roy Douglas still has not found a way through, neither has Yannick Geyser on Michael Koenig. Koenig not only an exceptional drive here for 9th place in Formula V, if you follow him on social media, he's actually an exceptionally talented artist as well. Spends a lot of his time drawing his favorite race cars or other people's favorite race cars, and you can get him to help you out with a bit of artwork. That's a bit of artwork that he didn't want to help out with there, that's for sure. Opening up the door and giving Roy Douglas a chance to squeeze through. They stay side by side coming out of turn 6. And eventually Douglas gets through. It's been a while since he's been trying that, and he eventually secures it down into turn number 6. They've got 4 to go. Can Koenig come back at Douglas? Behind them it's Blaine de Malon, David Austin and Clinton Kane having their own little fight as well. Pacer coming through there as well. And as I said, there it is, Blaine de Malon and Kane just behind, fighting with David Austin. Austin in the original Lotus colours there, long green and yellow colours. Back to Wilson though. Is that a change up for the lead? It is. Wilson's at the front. He's got ahead of Gert van der Berg. Wilson is hit the front and Van der Berg has dropped to second. Lennell Janssen in third. So Van der Berg must have made a mistake somewhere on track with 3 to go. 3 laps to go now for our 3 leaders. We've pulled a bit of a margin now over Vaughan Hills and Lucian Ramchanda, who's actually got through on Vaughan Hills on that last pass. So Ramchanda up to 4th. Is that going to be enough laps for him to close that gap down? I don't think so. 3 laps might not be enough for Ramchanda to catch these top 3 unless traffic is an issue. And they're into the traffic in the form of the 33 car, first of all, of Brandon Hills. Could possibly be Helder Gavea that they're coming up on at the back as well after Brandon Hills. It is. Brandon Hills allows the other cars to go through, the other 2 Mangaza Racing teammates of Vaughan and Peter. family members and teammates all together. Aldo Gavea getting out of the way and allowing Ramchundra to sneak through, along with Vaughan and Peter. This back end of the field, as I said, the new rookie, Aldo Gavea. Hills behind that. The defensive driving there from the Liqui Moly car, as there's a bit more pressure being applied, not only to Gert van der Berg that we see in shot right now, but just behind as well. And Ramchandra got through, the pressure's paid off. He finds a way through there on Vaughan Hills. Vaughan Hills now going to return the favour. Van der Berg looking to do the same thing to Greg Wilson. DOE stock my car colours at the front end. Second place in similar livery, and then third place it's Volkswagen, Silver Oaks and Bull Security, looking for the second victory of the season for Formula V. Bridgestone Tyres now saying, come on guys, enough's enough, we've had enough today. We've got one more to go. Let's see what the rubber's going to be available as they come flying into the closing stages. Here we go. Last lap of Formula V. They come across the line, the first three. Van der Berg's got a problem. Van der Berg has got a serious problem here. He's dropped now into third place. Lendl Janssen could possibly steal this victory from Greg Wilson if he can get up close enough and personal enough. And that's exactly what he's trying to do. Looks like in the background as well, Hills and Ramchandra have managed to squeeze through and get ahead. Have they been able to get through on... No, Van der Berg hangs on, only just. But look at the fight there for fourth. Great little battle about to kick off there between Ramchandra and Hills for the last lap. Who's going to have what it takes here to take it to the line? Here they come up to the top of the hill one more time. Janssen is good, but he's not good enough on the brakes to get through there on Wilson. Wilson hangs on. Greg Wilson might have enough here just to keep Lendl Janssen at bay. And they come down onto the brakes for the final time in the G&A Transport corner. Gert van der Berg weaving from side to side. What if he's got a fuel problem? I think Van der Berg might have had a fuel problem there as he comes across the line, and there they go. To take the victory, it is Greg Wilson this time for the win. Janssen comes through for second. That possibly may give him the overall victory for the day. Oh, he's got the 30-second penalty, of course, remember. So that's not going to help out. That 30-second penalty is going to be a bit of an issue there for him. And it'll probably drop him right out of contention. So Wilson from Gert van der Berg, from Lucian Ramchandra as we see it. Then Vaughan Hills, Peter Hills, Sean van der Linde. And I would say 30 seconds. It's probably going to drop him out of the top 10. We'll have to wait for confirmation of that 30-second penalty being implied, first of all, of course. But right now, as they cross the line, it was Wilson from Janssen from Van den Berg. And we'll wait and see if that's going to change up if Lendl Janssen is given that penalty for the jump start, which he should be given. Blatant jump start there will give him a 30-second penalty, which means it'll drop him out of the top 10. Just such a pity after such a good drive. That's Formula V done for the day. Hope you enjoyed all the DOE Formula V action here from round one of the Extreme Festival at Swartkops International Raceway. We have got a small break until we see the first of our Paybar Formula Volkswagen Challenge cars on track for classes A and C. We'll see you shortly. We certainly hope you've enjoyed all the action so far from our coverage here on the live stream feed, as well as around the circuit. You guys getting into our live stream feed as well and watching from the side of the circuit. It's always good to see. We don't want to stop the live streaming happening. We want that to continue. We want you guys to be involved actively from the side of the track as well, to enjoy maybe some of the stuff that you don't see at other vantage points around the track. And that, of course, happens at every single circuit we go to. Up next, we've got Paybar Volkswagen Challenge classes A and C for the second time today. They have decided that they're not going to combine the category into all three classes for a safety side of things. I think 43 cars on track may be a little bit of a chaotic event. We already saw chaos in the first two heats, and we were actually listening in the lunch break to a couple of the stewards and COC meetings that were happening next door on our race control, and people trying to explain what was happening. Oh, the Queen Mom has just joined us as well, jumping in there and coming to see what we do here on the tracks of Swartkops. It is Paybar Volkswagen Challenge classes A and C making their way to the line for race number 2. And they will line up with Rory Atkinson and Wayne Masters on the front row, Stelios Nusias and Bevan Masters the second row, with Voldy Meinkies and Derek Smallberger making up the third row. The Dales are on the fourth row with Sam just ahead of Chris, Mike Bogbaglia and Gavin Ross on the fifth row, ahead of Madandana Mfana and Diovolt Turan in the Interceptor car. Class C, it's Ian Walker and Pierluigi Mussolini, Dino Smith and Charles Anderson, and Eric Gander and Mark Castell will be making up the second rows and third rows of Class C. They all start together, just with a break in the pit lane, or the grid, I should say. The grid is, of course, split by 2 grid positions there between classes A and C. Stephen Golgocci, how are you doing, brother? How are things going there with the koi farm in the northern part of Johannesburg? Hope all good. We've got people from all around the world who have joined us right throughout the day, and a massive welcome to all of you who have just joined us. If you have, you've missed out on some big action here today from round 1 of our regional championships of the Extreme Festival. This is the second and last time out for classes A and C for Paybar Volkswagen Challenge, and they're about to go at it now for the second time today. It's followed directly by Class B, who will be on their own. So we got 18 cars on the grid, another 23 to come just after this. And whistles blowing, meaning that the grid needs to be cleared. And we're about to go racing for the second time today for Paybar Volkswagen Challenge. Hopefully not going to get any wobbly Wixes out there like we saw in the first one. Here we go. 30 seconds to 5 seconds in the fastest 30 seconds of your life. As soon as we go from 30 seconds to 5, we go lights on. And now waiting for those lights to go out so we can go racing again here for Paybar Volkswagen Challenge. Drop the hammer time down towards turn 1. Good start from the back end of the field there. And looks like it was a much better start this time out as they go into turn 1 there, coming from Diovolt Turan. Mussolini goes side by side for potentially the win there of Class C, but it looks like it's advantage Ian Walker as they go towards turn 2. Posse drive car of Chris Dale getting out of shape and onto the kiddie litter. He goes flying around the outside and picking up a couple of the bits and pieces of other cars that have ended up in that kiddie litter, and he drops into the middle of Class C. So Captain Dick making an unfortunate mistake there. And Chris Dale now with lots of work to do in the Posse drive car from that far back. Class A goes flying through turn number 4. Here comes Class C, Mussolini leading out. It is Chris Dale who moves up 1 position just ahead there of Walker in the Cycles United machine. And now, problems, somebody up the road as well, also going a little bit wayward. And onto the grass and exit point of turn 4. That's Sam Dale in the photographic negative version of the Posse drive car. Black, white and grey as opposed to the red, white and blues. Up front, Atkinson controlling things as he did in race number 1. Still no sign of Stian Creel. I didn't see him on the grid either. There he comes, just squeezing through there to what is now 6th place on track. Creel, as we saw in the start of race number 1, pulled to the side of the circuit, literally through turn 1. And he had some work to do there to get that car sorted out for race number 2. He's been able to do that, and he's onto the back end of main squeeze. Baldy Mankey's now under massive pressure from Stian Kriel, looking for a chance now to squeeze through and try and just survive and maybe get a little bit of consolation points after the first race didn't go his way. SKR on the one side, that is Stian Kriel Racing, T-Rex on the other, and running of course in the Davy van der Merwe car from last year. And of course he went on to take a victory in Class A, did van der Merwe, just losing out to the overall championship of course to Pierluigi Mussolini in Class C. So it's Atkinson controlling things for BHIT out front again. Masters in second, Masters in third, and right on their tail is Stelios Nusios. What a run there from Stelio. One of the best we've seen out of him, and certainly chasing cars is what he's living up to, and cars are chasing him as well, never mind him chasing the top three. He's now chasing the top four as Kriel is looking to try and get through there as well, and he's lost out to Kriel and main squeeze. Baldy Mankey's and Stian Kriel getting through there on Stelios. And Stelio unfortunately just losing out there to those two. He drops into the clutches now, potentially of Samdale and the Sabertech car of Derek Smallberger. Mike Barbaglia there as well in the paybar machine. Great job here from them as they head down into turn two. Coming out of two, Sabertech machine on the back end of Samdale, looking to try and pounce. Derval Taron putting the pressure onto the back end as well. You can see just how tough it is out there for these guys. Into the second race and into the thick of it in the second race. Smallberger is just ahead there, and Madanon and Fana and Derval Taron just behind them, having a fantastic little fight. So Dale has made up the ground, and he's now the last car in Class A. But he's now going to try and tick off some relatively good competitors there, including Gavin Ross, who will be the first man in his sights. Derval Taron in the Interceptor machine just up the road from that, and then Madanon and Fana. Not quite yet in the Squadra Course colours, but definitely running with a chance of doing a great job for that team, as they do in all competitive race action that Squadra Corsa are involved in. Sabertech on the back end of Posi Drive. Smallberger looking for a way through, can't find it just yet. Sam Dell keeps him honest. Barbaglia in the paybar car. Just behind him it is Mfana. Madanon Mfana looking to get a lot of experience this year in Class A of Volkswagen Challenge. And of course we'll then try and move on to what is now the Comcare Volkswagen Polo Cup as a national championship status category. Your champion-elect from last year, number one, Pierluigi Mussolini, under a little bit more pressure this year from both races side of things so far, coming from Ian Walker in the Cycles United Polo. Back straight away, tucked in behind that FSS logistics machine. Platinum Wheels helping him out as well by the looks of things too, as they go through turn number 4. Back up to the top of the hill. Back down the hill come the leaders in Class A. So Class C heads to the top in turn 5 as Class A starts another lap with 6 to go. So that's 4 down and 6 to go now for Atkinson. Same there for Dale, same thing for Derek Smallberger. Sabertech and Universal Motorsport machine on the tailpiece there of the Posi Drive car. Can Sam keep Derek Smallberger at bay? Smallberger was slightly further up the road in race number 1, that's for sure. Looks like a bit of battle scars on that car as well, Paulie. I also saw that. A little bumper missing off the back end of the Sabertech car. I wonder who helped him use that. Stelio Nusias having a fantastic run. One of the best we've seen out of him so far. Top 6 potentially there for him. He was actually in the 4th place at one point until Stian Kriel started the charge to the front in the T-Rex Racing and SKR car. Design Hut, one of his sponsors as well, as they head through turn 6 Kenwood corner. He's got Bevan Masters well within his sights. Sabertech car currently sitting in 8th place on track. Down into turn number 8 they go again. Nick Martin has just joined us in our studio. He's nice to see back on track again. Back to Volkswagen Challenge action, and the Sabertech car of Derek Smallberger starting slowly but surely to close onto the back end of Sam Dale. And Sam's feeling the pressure. Running wide out of turn 2. Slightly better line from Smallberger as they come down towards turn 3 and onto the back straight again. Here the leaders of Class C. Across the line one more time for Mussolini, who continues to lead things out. I think that was the Sabertech bumper on the side of the track there, Paulie, in turn 1. It's just in the kitty litter. Actually, it's a plastic bumper, so it shouldn't cause too much of an issue there. I'm surprised the marshals haven't run through the kitty litter to get it out of the way. Maybe there isn't a marshal close enough to that yet. This is a great shot there. Coming out of turn 6, Kenwood corner. Right up close and personal with Stian Kriel as he closes down on the Masters. Wayne up front and Bevan in second in that battle, but second and third on track, of course, between those two boys. No one seems to have an answer there with 4 laps to go to BHIT's Rory Atkinson. Stian Kriel coming through the field like a hot knife through butter. He's got 3 more to carve through if he wants to take the victory, but he's only got 4 laps to do it in. Looking how it stands at this stage, that's the standings on the right hand side. Fastest car on track at the moment, 13.836 is Stian Kriel. So Stian Kriel with the fastest car on the circuit at the moment and closing down on Bevan Masters. So definitely a chance here for Kriel to maybe get into the podium. Possibly to steal the win, but he's going to have to work exceptionally hard and hope for something to go wrong from the 13.897s that Rory Atkinson's able to put in. He's equaling and matching the times and bettering the times on certain laps of the lead car. But he's got 2 cars to get through before he can get to that car. Whoa! Is that Gavin Ross off the circuit again? It is. Gavin Ross, the Norbrake car. We saw him in practice this morning have a bit of an issue. He actually ran off at turn 2. And a lot of the comments that were being thrown out there was not Norbrake, but no brakes. I think he might have been having a no brake issue there as well, unfortunately. It was Gavin Ross. Big fight on here for 2nd, 3rd and 4th place. I don't think Wayne Masters realizes how big the fight is until maybe within another half a lap when Stian Kriel is able to get through and possibly squeeze himself between the 2 Masters boys for that 3rd spot. Bevan's going to make him work hard for it though. CPS Warehouse car seems to have just a little bit more grunt out of that turn 2, 3 and into the back straight for 4. Kriel is just so much better on the brakes and in the twisty bits at the top of the hill. So it's kind of a 50-50 between those 2 cars in terms of their abilities on one part of the track as opposed to the other. Ian Walker putting pressure on the back end of Mussolini now. Certainly doesn't want to give Pierluigi Mussolini a sniff of potentially 2 wins out of 2 starts. Very close between them. Now they come back down the hill, comes 3 and 4 place battle. This time Kriel a lot closer to Bevan Masters, but he's only got 2 laps to go. It looks like 1 car going into turn 1 there. That's how close Stian Kriel was onto the back end there of Bevan Masters. Is he good enough on the brakes? No, he's going to try and set. Oh, he is! He has a look. Oh, and he tags him! Little tag there between Kriel and Masters. And that might just, I wonder if he's going to give it back. Or is he going to keep it in there? No, he's going to stay in it. He doesn't think he's done anything wrong there. Oh my goodness, here we go. Onto the back straight away, and they are side by side. Here they come towards turn 4. Kriel this time sneaks up the inside. He's got the inside line. Can he hang on to it? Looks like he might be able to just be able to do that as they get to the top of the hill. Oh, this is good stuff. I think we may be having a little COC hearing after this as well, which we might get wind of. Oh, maybe not. Not if Stian Kriel's doing that. Woohoo! Sideways. A massive wobbly wicks up the top end of the field there. That is for sure for Stian Kriel as he gets it completely lit up into turn 5. He came in there way too hot. Good catch though. Drops down to 4th. Maybe Bevan Masters will let him get away with that now because he's made a big mistake all on his own sim. Anyway, we'll keep an eye on that one. 1 to go. It's Atkinson from Wayne Masters. Bevan Masters in 3rd and Stian Kriel in 4th after a massive slide through turn 5. Check this out. He locks it up coming onto the braking point. He actually went onto the brakes at about 50 meters. There's no way you're going to slow down a Polo at about 160 k's an hour at that point. No way. And he got it completely locked up into the kiddie litter and then back on track. Oh, background action there. Watch out for Dino Smith. This is the Class C second, third, and fourth place battle. It's a bit of a fight on there with the Easy Parts car as well there with Dino. Easy Parts car, of course, having a good run there, Mark Castle. Now we're back to the front with the leaders as Castle has been caught by Rory Atkinson. Atkinson is through. He's going to hang on for the win here. Got a couple of Class C competitors that are going to be in his way. Or will they? I think he might just hang on there. No, they're not going to be in his way. Here we go. BHIT to the line again, and Rory Atkinson with a double on the day wins out over Wayne Masters. Masters comes through for second place ahead of Bevan Masters, and then it's Dion Krill. What a drive, though, from those two, and what a battle they had in those last two laps. Krill will probably go across and have a little chat there about that maneuver into turn 2. While Baglia hangs on to beat out. Ooh, what happened there? Look at the car down at turn 4 with no wheels on it at all. Mussolini heading to the top of the hill. I wonder... No, that's not Ian Walker. Slightly different coloured car there, but definitely some problems with one of the cars who's stricken on the sideline. As Pierluigi Mussolini comes through, potentially for 2 wins out of 2 starts for Class C. He is a little bit of showboating there, that's for sure. Down to the flag. I think it might be Ian Walker who's on the side of the track there. Paulie just saw the car on the sideline with no wheels on the back of the car. And maybe the Cycles United car had an issue there on that second last lap. It's the number 12 car. Oh, no, it's Manumfana. Madonna Mfano who's on the sideline, and there's no wheels on the back of that car at all. The entire rear axle has come off. Beg your pardon. So knocking the wheels off that car completely, driving them off. He's wondering if he's got a front wheel drive car, can he drive it out of harm's way, even though there are no back wheels on the car? Right, so let's have a look at that confirmation of the results there, Paul, if we can, if we've got it. Rory Atkinson taking the victory over Wayne Masters and Bevan Masters for Class A. They beat out Stian Krill, Valdi Monkeys, Stelio Nosias with one of his best finishes ever in 6th, Smallberger, Sandal, Mark Bavaglia, and Christel. Then it was Gavin Ross and Dioval Teron. Class C, though, going to Pierluigi Mussolini. Ian Walker did finish in 2nd, but I think he was way down. About 8 seconds back there by the looks of things. And Mark Castle coming through there for 3rd place in Class C. Up next, we're going into Class B's for Paybar Volkswagen Challenge. Class A and C, we head now to Class B of Paybar Volkswagen Challenge. Francois Vassal and Elna Kruzner will be on the front row. They head up Hannes Skipper's Race 1 winner and Charisse van der Merwe. And then it's Dominic Diaz and Giordano Lupini making up the third row of the grid. Ethan Kutsia and Stuart Mack, Alden Haupt and Bevan Williams, Chris Davison and Antti Pretorius, Mo Karodia and Mitch Kutsia, Leon Undal and Lindsay Kleur, with Caution Naidu, Miguel Diaz, Robbie Kosani, Ilya Mussolini, Tene Nkube, and Dean Ross with Mike McGregor at the back of the grid again, due to the fact that he forgot to go and weigh his car after qualifying. Grange Workwear car will have to come through the field again, as he did in race number 1. Welcome to everyone who joined us around the world from our live stream feed on Facebook and YouTube, and here at the track as well. As I said earlier on, I've mentioned it all day long because it is such great news. Spectators back in the house here at Zwartkops International Raceway, and this time out with a lot less restrictions after 2 years of a really torrid time under COVID conditions, and hopefully more of the same in terms of those restrictions being lifted as we get into hopefully getting out of this very tough time. Vassal and Cruiser will be looking for opportunities to take victories here. But if you look at Skeepers and Charisse van der Merwe and the pace that they had in race number 1, as well as the fact that they are just that much quicker in the qualifying session this morning than the 2 cars that are ahead of them, expect a big battle between the 2 ladies and gentlemen at the front end. Giordano Lupini is just using this for practice, of course, for the CompCare Volkswagen Polo Cup that makes its way here with the rest of the Extreme Festival national categories on the 23rd of April 2022. If you like two-wheeled action, well, there's some more here tomorrow at Zwartkops. There is a brunch run here tomorrow with Brunch Run Crews and Thunderbikes that'll be racing here as part of the day's proceedings. Motoreur standing up there as well, watching from the Zwartkops gallery. And there we go to the back of the grid as they start to clear it and get out of harm's way. Everybody moving off, including Mr. Bean, our official COC. And we are now under starters' orders. 30-second board, 5-second board, and it's lights on, lights off. And let's go racing one more time, and for the last time today, for Paybar Volkswagen Challenge. Drop the hammer off the line there. Looks like it's a good start coming out of Charisse van der Merwe. Good start out of Francois Vassal as well, looking for the opportunity. But what a start from Elna Kruzner. Second row of the grid, and she snuck through between everybody else. And looks like she might have got the whole shot into turn 1. Oh, in the background, the Easy Parts car there of Kasani getting a little bit sideways and looped out completely. 360 degrees, gets back into second gear and gets going again. Very lucky to survive that. On the side is Karodia. Mo Karodia in the mix again there with Pretorius. Pretorius fighting hard with Lindsay Kleur. Caution Naidu just up the road there from them. So there's action aplenty out of turn 1 and turn 2. But it's Elna Kruzner who leads out. It is Giordano Lupini up in the second place. What a start there from the Cape Town driver. Much better start now from the Bullion IT car of Giordano Lupini. He's up to second place. Look at this fight though in the mid-pack. It's Kleur fighting hard there with Karodia, with Caution Naidu. Moving up into fourth place is our race 1 winner, Skeepers. Skeepers got Stuart Mack on his tail. A lot closer this time, a lot better driving out of the Creative Inc car. And Stuart Mack had a bit of an off, had to come back onto the track and fight his way to the front end. Charisse van der Merwe's dropped behind him. So it hasn't gone according to plan there for the 1027 racing machine of Charisse van der Merwe. Inside line. Oof, what a move there from the 36 car. Just squeezing through there and trying to find a way is Bevan Williams. So Williams into the thick of it now as well as we get into race 1, lap 1, or race 2, lap 1 completed. Let's have a look at this replay going into turn number 1. All on his own. Some just puts a wheel on the outside. Oh, Mike McGregor, how did you miss that? And Nkube as well. Tene Nkube just getting it out of shape. Oh, problems into turn 2 now. Back live. Back live here in turn 2, and it's the 93 car who's come together there. Mike McGregor and Kurodia. McGregor looks like he's going to have to get out the car. The car is stricken on the outside of turn 2. Possibilities of safety car. We'll keep an eye on that one. Mo Kurodia is in the kiddie litter. Mike McGregor is on the outside of turn 2, but basically on the track still. Giordano Lupini looking for a second place on Francois van Zyl. Well, McGregor moves away from that car. Kurodia's back up and driving. He's got going again, but McGregor's car is definitely stuck in harm's way. And there's a very good possibility of safety car. Let's keep an eye. Yeah, safety car. There we go. Indication and gesticulation coming from our lead car slowing down. Everybody going for overtaking maneuvers will have to back out of those and slot back into positions behind the car they were attempting to overtake as the pace car and safety car from Pretoria Noord is deployed again. So Cruiser, Van Zyl, Skeepers and Lupini. And I think it was Lupini ahead of Skeepers, but it looks like Skeepers might be a little bit further back than what he wanted to be. Oh, there's a bumper of some nature. Let's find out which car is missing a bumper out there. Is it Kurodia's? Another car in there as well. That's Madodan and Fana's car. That's from the previous outing. McGregor standing by the sidelines there. His car just wouldn't get going and fired up again, so looks like Romeo 2 going to have to get that car out of danger. Run to. There we go. Marshall has gone to fetch that bumper. Great job, and running across the circuit just in time before our pace car and safety car makes its way onto the back straight. Giordano Lupini having a look and see. How's that, eh? So our cameraman up at turn 5 and 6 just letting us know that he was actually the teacher of Mohammed Kurodia, as he was at the school that Craig teaches at Maritzburg Brothers in, of course, the south of Joburg. Great to see that, and great to see how small the world is. Our camera guy said he wasn't such a good rugby player, though. He's having some fun and games in terms of trying to pass the ball and get through on some tough competitors like Mike McGregor. If McGregor and Kurodia came together at turn number 2, it was possibly due to the fact that they were fighting so hard. Skeepers just ahead there of Stuart Mack, then Charisse van der Merwe. And the rest of them now starting to line up there thick and fast. So McGregor's now been pulled out of harm's way and out of danger. It's a pity there that we've lost Mike McGregor in the Grange Workwear car. He had a tough one in the first one as well, after not going to weigh the car after qualifying. I don't know if that's quite safe where that car is. If you had Passion for Speed Festival, like Paul and I were, there were a couple of cars that got out of shape right in that area that they parked McGregor's car. You know, one certain BMW from the M Performance Club series that ended up there and went flying through that grass patch, but they seem to think that that's okay. Looks like we've got one more lap under safety car before we get that Toyota 86 back into the pit lane, which means it'll be 4 laps completed of the 10 for Class B. Trying to keep the heat in the rubber. Yeah, I don't know. You, Paulie, second opinion on that car's position. I don't know if that's such a good position to be in. It could possibly be pulled in a little bit closer to the pit wall on the top of that grass banking. So here we go. So that's where Romeo 2's parked, and they've left McGregor that far down the banking. I don't know. I was at the Passion for Speed Festival and I saw about 2 or 3 cars that ended up very close or over where McGregor's car is parked right now. Hopefully no more race incidents though in Class B. But it is an exceptionally competitive class, so I can't say that. Safety car's in. Here we go. Cruiser to dictate the pace across the line. Van Zyl on her tail. Then it's Giordano Lupini, Skippers, Mac, and Van der Merwe. Green flag, and here we go, back into race action. And we have now completed 4 of the 10. 6 to go. Dominic Diaz, Ethan Coutier behind them comes the Hermoinse car of Chris Davidson. Davidson pushing hard to try and keep out Bevan Williams and Alden Haupt. So the fight between those 3 cars as well. The Hermoinse car, of course, piloted by Chris Davidson, also known as Colonel Custard, usually ran in yellow colors when he had his Opel Cadet Superboss, the Mike Briggs replica in Super Hatch. He's moved over to Hermoinse colors now for the past 2 seasons. And they're also one of the big supporters here when we get here later on in the season, when we go into, of course, what is going to be happening with the Volkswagen Challenge and the regional categories, and potentially another one of those lit races or night races. Oh, and speaking of lit, getting lit up out of turn 5 was Skippers as our race 2 winner from Super Hatch comes to join us, Mr. Andre Danhauser. Great job there, Trey. Well done, boy. I've just got a high five there from him after a fantastic dice there with the rest of Class A Super Hatch. And now we go into, of course, Class B, wrapping things up here with 5 to go. Halfway stage reached, and it's Alma Cruiser who is just absolutely eating up this field at the moment. No one seems to have an answer there. Bevan Williams also trying to close down there. That gap has opened up ever so slightly between himself and that second pack of cars. Charisse van der Merwe running wide out of turn 2 with big pressure coming from Skippers, race 1 winner. Skippers looking for a way through, but van der Merwe goes on the attack with Stuart Mack. Max on the inside of Lupini. Stuart Mack, Creative Inc. versus Lupini, Bullion IT car. And here comes van der Merwe. Could possibly be 3 into turn 4. Oh, that's good. Mack just hangs on. Lupini doesn't. Lupini sideways and off the track. Welcome to Volkswagen Challenge, Giordano Lupini, says Charisse van der Merwe. That was a hot 1027 hot move into turn 4. Hanna Skippers now under big pressure coming from Diaz and Coutier. Ethan once by the JRT Racing Machine, not able to find a way past just on Dominic Diaz. Now they come down onto the brakes into turn 8. Look how tight it is. Look how evenly matched these cars are and how great this racing is. Just shows that one make with a very equal set of rules for everybody can make for great racing. Polo Cup have done it now for 26 years. Volkswagen Challenge are not too far behind that in terms of the amount of times they've been out on track. I think they're coming up to their 21st anniversary soon, eh? 32 years. Oh, and there's big trouble. That's van der Merwe. Charisse van der Merwe is out of shape and in the middle of turn 2. Car's going hard on the brakes into turn 2, and she's going to drop right to the back of the pack. Oh, man. Well, that car's gone from hot 1027 to lukewarm. Not quite the way Charisse van der Merwe wanted to finish things up, that's for sure. Wonder what the drive and breakfast show are going to have to say about that on Monday morning. Francois van Zyl now putting the pressure onto the back end of Alma Cruiser. Cruiser doing an incredible job in the AT brakes machine. Really superb drive here from the lady driver out front, keeping van Zyl at bay. Fantastic battle here between the two of them. Three laps to go still. Mack in third. Skippers down into 5 and under attack there from Coutier. Ethan not quite close enough to have a go yet, but on his tail comes Bevan Williams. Francois van Zyl eventually squeezing into the inside of turn 2. Can he find a way through there on Cruiser? Side by side as they come out of turn 2. Not quite door to door just yet, but very close to it as they come onto the back straight. Van Zyl's got the inside line. Cruiser's the outside line. Who's going to have what it takes on the brakes here? Oh, very good stuff there from Cruiser. It's not a lot of grip on the outside of turn 4, but she managed to use as much of it as possible. Here comes Stuart Mack to try and spoil the party. Mack going to truck in some creative ink there to possibly ruin the day here for Van Zyl and for Cruiser. Cruiser makes a mistake. Little mistake from Elna. She came out of turn number 5. Opens up the door, and that's going to give the Creative Ink car a chance to dive through. Yes. Mack up the second. Francois Van Zyl now leads out. Cruiser comes back at him. Here comes Elna on the brakes. And using those ATEs to perfection. Oh, locking them up, in fact. Catches it. Twice coming out of turn number 8. Here comes Diaz. Dominic wants a chance at this. Dom on the outside. Cruiser's on the middle. And Mack going to have to give way here. It's going to end up in tears here for somebody. Here we go on the brakes into turn number 2. Mack comes up back on the inside there of Dominic Diaz. Diaz, I think, if I'm not mistaken, is running in Leighton Ferrier's old car as he comes out of turn 2. So that car's got some superb turn of pace there, having been the front end of Class B all last season, and the winner of Class B, of course, piloted that car. They're still side by side. Oh, 71 off the track as well there. Problems for Tanay and Kube. Tanay and Kube getting completely out of shape there. Charisse van der Merwe, oh man, she had an absolutely nightmare finish to race number 2. She's come together there with a 56 car. And it's Mitch Coetzee and Charisse van der Merwe who have come together coming out of turn 1. Coetzee's on the inside of turn 1. And outside of turn 1 is Charisse van der Merwe in the Hot 1027 car. So down towards turn 8, expect to see either double yellows and safety car, or potentially even a red flag. There are 2 cars either side of turn 1 in very dangerous position. They're making their way down there now, and here they come through there. I didn't see yellow flags at all, in fact. Might have missed them, but there were no yellow flags that I could see. There are cars either side of the circuit. And it looks like they're onto their final lap, so they may be just hanging in there, hoping that everybody gets through there without getting any more danger. Skippers, race 1 winner now, behind Ethan Coetzee as they come out of turn 2. Here they come onto the back straight for the last time. Van Zyl with a comfortable lead now over Elna Cruiser. Don't think we're going to see any changes there between those 2. Dominic Diaz is up to 3rd place. It'll be one of the best finishes we see out of Dominic Diaz if he finishes in 3rd place ahead of Stuart Mack. Is there a safety car or... No, red flag. I saw those cars slowing down. Cars were slowing down too dramatically there for an issue. So we're going to have to take it a lap back because of the car crash here between Charisse van der Merwe and on the inside, Mitch Coetzee. Those 2 cars with some serious damage to them as well. And you can see both Hanley and Donovan there instantaneously to ensure that both drivers are okay. Red flag, cars will peel into pit lane. Van Zyl being waved into pit lane. He knows that he's got the one and he's got the win in the bag ahead of Elna Cruiser and Dominic Diaz. Diaz, if I think I'm correct in saying, was in 3rd place when they came across the line the previous lap. So that should be the result, but of course unofficially, unofficially after 9 laps, Francois Van Zyl, Elna Cruiser and Dominic Diaz, but they would have gone 1 lap back, which we can't give you. But I think it was still the same as what it was there. Van Zyl, Cruiser, Diaz, Max, Skippers, and Ethan Coetzee. And we'll have to wait for confirmation of that. And you can pick that up, of course, on our live timing, TJ timing here from Swartkops. So from Swartkops and from our Volkswagen Challenge competitors, what a Class B finish to the day. Great bit of driving there. We've got one more race to come your way for our live stream. And that comes out of the Car Care Clinic Triple Ones and the GT Sports and Saloon car class. We'll be back shortly with that action once we've got all the fracas cleared from turn 1. Now here is a success story. Car Care Clinic service centers are located countrywide. We guarantee personal attention as well as the best customer care around. For all your major repair work and servicing needs, Car Care Clinic is the best. You'll be amazed at our rapid turnaround time and customer guarantee. Car Care Clinic is not just your #1 service center, we are #1 on the racetrack as well. Car Care Clinic franchises are available nationwide. Car Care Clinic, we love cars. Final bit of action now from our live stream coverage of today's regional round 1 of the Extreme Festival. Comes from the Car Care Clinic, 111 Sports and Saloons and GT Sports and Saloons. We're making their way onto the circuit now for the second time on the day. A very, very competitive field of racing drivers and cars. All makes and marques are represented here, pretty much. Volkswagen, Honda, Porsche, and a couple of Audis. We've got BMWs, or we had one BMW. I'm not quite sure if it was able to make it back on track. There are some Mazdas thrown into the mix, Ford Lasers, Opel Corsas. We've got a Volkswagen Soroka out there with Nicole Lombard out in the track for the very first time for her racing career. Of course, granddaughter to the famous Volkswagen Beetle driver, Harry Lombard. Great to have her on track for the first time as well. And then, as I mentioned, at the front end, it's Honda Type R and the Subaru Works Impreza will be fighting at the front end. And of course, a little bit of a note going out to the driver of that Subaru Works Impreza from Dev Law and Fast Developments, Mr. Johan van der Vyver. Lots of love being shown your way there from Brent Henshaw, sitting on the sidelines saying, yeah, we're just very suitably impressed with the slowest Subaru in the world. Little tongue-in-cheek there from Brent Henshaw for his friend, Mr. Johan van der Vyver. Great rivalries on track and off, as you can hear, Zwartkops. So we got a little bit of work to do here for our live stream team for the final race that we're going to have here on the live stream feed on Facebook and YouTube. And then for the fans in the audience, hopefully upstairs we can get the last 3 races done of the day with the live stream, the live commentary. Solver Cup 2.0, National Sports Car Challenge, and on the track racing clubmans. So there's some of the stricken cars from previous races that have had to get out of harm's way. Still some work to be done now for our live stream. So we've got a couple of friends and family and fans from all around the world that will be watching us. It's like Newmarket Park have just jumped in the house as well again and sticking around. Welcome to Angela Langer and to my queen. Samantha Maloney have joined us now for the last part of the day's racing. It's Mike McGregor having a look at his car going, what went wrong on that Grange Workwear car? He walked over to have a look at that Hot 1027 racing car of Charisse van der Mavers as well. Fortunately, they moved them a little bit higher up the banking than what they were earlier on. Kind of in a bit of a dangerous position, but we are now coming under starters' orders in the very, very near future. And it's going to be up to Louis Scholz and Bob Neal to dictate the pace from the front row. Second row, Johan van der Vyver and Mark Totoy. George Economides will be coming from 5th place if he was able to get that Martini Racing coloured car of his sorted out, but I don't think he's been able to get it back on track. Adrian Dalton is certainly back on track in the extra clothing and shoes car. The People Group Porsche is Philip Meyer, and alongside him lining up there will be Wouter Roos and Alton Fuchs, Ishmael Peck and Ronald van Rensburg as we get ready to go now for our final bit of race action here on the live stream. Looks like Addy's just joined us as well. What's up, Monkey Moo? Stand by for race action now from Car Care Clinics, 111s and GT Sports and Saloons. Lights out, and here we go. Down towards turn 1. It is Louis Scholz trying to get the drop on Bob Neal. He does that around the outside into turn 1, and it's the Car Care Clinic man who takes the lead. In the background, they start to sort things out as well as they come through there thick and fast. The 70 Porsche of Chris Smith under big pressure there from the Honda Civic. Wouter Roos being forced wide out of turn 2 and having to come back about 2 cars back where he started turn 2. So Wouter getting unceremoniously sent to the back of that pack of Class A. Class X competitors in the mix there as well as they come through. The Dev Law Subaru trying to dive on the inside of Philip Meyer. Van der Pfeiffer having a big look into turn number 4. Meyer just shut the door. Dalton gets away, trying to lead things out in Class A. He does that at the moment ahead of Meyer. Looks like coming up the hill there, right behind him is Roland Hopkins. Good start there from Hopkins as well. Much better start than what we saw from him in the first one. They come out of turn 5 and into 6. On the right-hander at Kenwood. Looking for a chance now to try and close that gap down that Dalton's opened up. Will be Philip Meyer. Here comes Wouter trying to return the favour there on that Golf 1. Golf 1 versus Golf 7. And Neil just diving through there. Great bit of driving there from Wouter, getting that Car Care Clinic machine of his up ahead of the M-Track car. Alton Fuchs keeping him honest though. Fuchs leads out just ahead there of the rest of the pack of cars, including that Honda Civic of Ishmael Peck. Peck just ahead of the second, in fact the third of the Golf 1s. That Volkswagen Golf there will be piloted by Roland van Rensburg as it comes onto the back straight away. Rensburg now closing onto the back end. Is that the Polo? Yes, it is. Oh, Didi Matile, fortunately with some problems at the back end of the field. So Leon Nordendal's protege just not getting it right out of turn 2. Getting back on track though. And now we'll have to come from the back of the field. Wouter starting to close things down now on the back end of Van der Pfeiffer. Roos wants by and he wants by fast. He realizes that the top 2 in his class are getting away. They're already into the back markers. That was the reason for them catching the back markers so early. Is Didi Machila, unfortunately with the spin out, has allowed the quicker cars to catch him a lot quicker than what was expected. Now coming through all the rest of that pack. Ishmael Peck under pressure. And you've got Nicole Lombard. Lombard stays just ahead there of Roland Hopkins. Hopkins under a bit of pressure there from the first of the Veyers boys in the Opel courses. This is a nice little fight here as that Polo starts to make its way through the field rapidly. The maneuvering happening in that mid-pack there with that Volkswagen Polo. Curva Spritz means business. Hopkins having to go defensive, the Bush and Buck private game reserve. Trying to keep out an attack coming from behind from Veyers. Veyers late on the brakes, up into turn 5, down into turn 8 come the leaders. That's the lead they've got. GT's 1 and 2 on track. Third place is the lead car of Class A, and that's in the hands of Adrian Dalton. Fritz now starting to put himself into contention. It's not too far off the back end of that Subaru. Peck now trying to return the favour into turn 1. Is he close enough? He has a big look. 83 just shuts the door, or tries to. Ronald van Rensburg, no answer, but coming back there in the gold bargain car. Dives back on the inside and just manages to keep Ishmael Peck out. One of the Veyers boys with a problem here. Also slowing down rapidly. Charles Veyers, we're going to pull to the sideline there at the exit of pit lane and get out of trouble. Cole Lombard closing down on Peck rapidly as well in the Volkswagen Sirocco. Good drive there for the rookie. First time out in 111 Sports and Saloons for her. And already starting to give some seasoned campaigners a run for their money. Peck and Ronald van Rensburg under pressure big time from that Sirocco. Sirocco's on the move here in a big way. Across the line they come in, another lap completed. Louis Scholz controls things from the front. Bob Neal in second. 3 of the 8 completed. Ulvaeus throwing up dramatically up the hill. Scholz goes round the outside of him. So does Bob Neal. Good possibilities here of a breakout for this car as well. We're going to keep an eye on the lap times there for Louis Scholz. His fastest lap so far has been a 1:08.7. The triple ones are allowed to break out. I'm not sure if the GTs have got a slightly slower lap or faster lap time that they're allowed to do. I think they're allowed to do 9s, but I'm just going to get Paul to double check that for us. But yeah, he's certainly going a lot quicker than what he's expected. If he was running in 111 Sports and Saloons, he definitely would have broken out, but so would Bob Neal. Everybody else staying within that grasp, but Wouter Roos could be in trouble. Wouter Roos' fastest lap is a 1:10. Cobus Brits also with a 1:10. And yeah, those two could be in trouble for breaking out. Paul, you said the time was? 108s for GTs, yeah. So 108s for GT. So Louis Scholz is just inside of that 108 with a 108.7. So if he goes any quicker than that, or quicker than a 108, he will break out. The problem that we got though is Wouter Roos and Cobus Brits have both done 110s. And of course 111 Sports and Saloons are born from the fact that you're allowed to do a 1:11 around Swartkop. So if you go any faster than that, then unfortunately you're deemed to have broken out of the time set for this category. So both Wouter Roos and Cobus Brits in trouble for potentially breaking out. Adrian Dalton has not broken out, although he leads, and his fastest has been 11.4. So with 2 to go, Wouter starting to close on the back end there of Philip May. Adrian Dalton just ahead of that. See on the track racing stickers on that car, so we're probably going to see Cobus Brits out later on as well in the Clubman's class. Wouter making his way around turn 3, trying to close down on that People Group Porsche. Okay, so if they do break out, they get 1 second per racing minute added to their time. It doesn't necessarily mean that they will lose their position on track, because I think both Wouter and Cobus are far enough ahead of the next Class A competitor, and possibly may just lose ground to Johan van der Pfeiffer. Oh, problems. 325 IS off the track. That is Maritz Leroux, and it looks like the 33 Honda Civic of Piet Potgieter also in some problems. They're off at turn 2, and let's see whether or not they can get themselves out of trouble, or are we going to require a possible safety car. I think we're on the last lap, so maybe not needing a safety car, unless there's a problem there where they deem it to be too dangerous. Up to the top of the hill comes our leader, Louis Scholz. Category that his company sponsors. Carcare Clinic Racing Man is going to be happy with 2 wins on the day from 2 starts here for his start of 2022's championship campaign. 2 wins out of 2 starts for Louis Scholz. Bob Neal up in the 2nd place. That is GT's 1 and 2 across the line with the checkered flag. And in 3rd place coming through there, well, that's not the 3rd place car. It's a bit further down there, one of the Honda Civics, of course, from Trans Africa Racing originally. But the Porsche comes through there behind Adrian Dalton. Dalton will take the win in Class A. Meyer will take 2nd, and Wouter Roos will come through for 3rd. Class X won out by Cobus Brits, just behind Wouter Roos there in the Volkswagen Polo. Johan van der Pfeiffer will come across the line. He will take 3rd place in the GT class. And that's how we wrap things up here from Swartkops. Still some race action to happen on track as they can come to the line. You can see pushing it all the way to the line there was Nicole Lombard, and in fact getting through right in the closing stages there and finding a way past Ishmael Peck and Roland Hopkins. So confirmation of our results there coming up. Louis Scholz, Bob Neal and Adrian Dalton, your top 3 overall. But it's Scholz, Neal and Kobus Brits, who of course, no, I beg your pardon, they're not picking up there. Where is Van der Vyver? There he is. Van der Vyver down in 7th, behind Brits, I beg your pardon. That's the top 3 in GTs, Scholz, Neal and Van der Vyver. Adrian Dalton, Philip Meyer and Wouter Roos, your top 3 in Class A. Class X won out by Kobus Brits over Elton Fuchs and Ronald van Rensburg. Class B was Wayne Leboczki, ahead of Ishmael Peck. And Class C honours will go to Chris Smith in his Porsche. That will bring us to the close of our proceedings from the live stream side of things. Massive thanks once again to everybody behind the scenes here at Swartkops International Raceway. Remember, we've got Extreme Festival action on the 23rd of April. The national championship categories make their way here to the home of the Extreme Festival on the 23rd of April. And remember, tomorrow, if you like two-wheeled action, you can head out here to Swartkops again to pick up on the Brunch Run and the Thunderbikes here from Swartkops. On behalf of our team, Two Wheels TV, up to 60 seconds, and everybody here at Swartkops, a massive thanks to everybody for joining us here on the live stream and live at the circuit. Great to see spectators back in the house here at Swartkops. And may that carry on for the rest of the year, more and more and more. From my side, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice, thanks so much for joining us here on our live stream feed, and we'll see you at the next event. Take care then. Bye-bye now.